When I first woke up after being rescued from the ice, I could see clusters of stars in front of me. I reached out for them instinctively, but it turned out they were just lights on the ceiling. The whole crew were watching me. It was pretty embarrassing. Yep, before all this, I was stuck in a huge block of ice, drifting through space. The train crew saved me. Well, they didn't know where I came from. Everyone was looking at me. I can't really blame them for being curious. Before all this, I was stuck in a huge block of ice, drifting through space. The train crew saved me. Himiko and Mr. Yang and... who was it again? Anyway, they figured out how to melt the ice and saved me. Who knows? I don't remember anything before that. I don't remember a thing. Who I am, where I'm from, I've forgotten it all. For now, I'm hanging out on this train and following it to whatever destination it decides to stop at. By tagging along, maybe I can find out about my past. What am I talking about this for? Way to get everyone down, huh? It's fine. I was the one who brought it up. Cheer up! It's not every day someone gets to ride on the Astral Express. Oh, here comes the conductor.
The train is about to depart. All passengers, please return to your seats. Things could get bumpy.
Relax, conductor. It's not the first time we've jumped, you know?
And yet, Miss March 7th, you end up falling over every time.
True, but that's just so I can get back up again. Conductor, can I get a juice, please? Thank you. Oh, don't worry about me. I just want to see if I can stay on my feet this time. Thanks! I feel like I'm starting to get the hang of it. The key is using your core, waist, and leg muscles. It's not your stance that matters, but your ability to ride the inertia. Stop stressing. I'm sturdier than I look. Besides, the ice will protect me. You remember my ability, right? When I'm in danger, I subconsciously create ice to protect myself. Though sometimes I fall on the ice instead. It actually hurts more than falling on the ground. What do you mean? This is all part of the fun. Like I said, when you don't know much about yourself. Basically, I like to keep myself occupied by finding new things to try. If I let myself relax too much, I start obsessing over stuff that doesn't really matter. Anyway, don't worry about me. Find a place to sit down and buckle up. Anyway, don't worry about me. Find a place to sit down and buckle up.
Oh, it's you. Yes, the conductor notified me. Be careful. We'll be warp jumping soon. Yes, I'm returning to my room. Be careful. We'll be warp jumping soon. Faster than light travel using space distortion technology. The rest of the crew call it jumping. It's the same thing. Warp jumps don't affect the human body, but when we exit the warp, the train will shake violently. If you don't watch your step, it's easy to fall over and injure yourself. I'll see you at the next stop.
Get ready. The train will be starting up shortly. The train's route is one that was originally taken by Akivili, the trailblazer. They were an eon for whom the very essence of trailblazing was a force to travel between planets. This Astral Express is a relic left behind by Akivili, and it journeys along the same route that they once took. It's a small planet called Eurilo 6. This train last visited Eurilo 6 thousands of years ago. Our records show that it was a lush and beautiful place. However, as you know, Nanook the Destroyer planted stellarons throughout the galaxy. Many of the worlds have been changed beyond recognition. To trailblaze new worlds once again. After Akivili's passing, the old route or star rail was blocked off by the cancer of all worlds. Many of the planets that were once trailblazed by Akivili languished after the appearance of the Stellarons. We need to open up the star rail again, explore the unknown universe, and allow the train to continue its path along the trailblaze. If you wait a bit longer, the conductor will have the information ready. The conductor recently became obsessed with a rather niche aesthetic. I'm not sure what kind of movie will be shown this time.
Jumps are like this. It may feel novel the first time, but you'll slowly get used to it after a few more. Take Danhung, for example. He's used to it at this point. You won't see him around during departure. He's not the most sociable kid. I can try to explain it in simpler terms for you. The train is motionless, but the tracks ahead are being compressed. Does that help at all? How about a geometry analogy? Imagine that you are standing on a large sphere. If you want to arrive at any point on the sphere, then you have to travel along the outer surface. When we jump, we take the shortest linear path between 2 points. For example, we get from point A to point B by traveling straight through the sphere instead of along its surface, or, in other words, we take the shortest path possible. Still not clear enough. How about this? Pretend that you're climbing a mountain. It doesn't matter if you scale one of the faces or take a cable car. You need to get to the top, right? Now let's pretend that you jump there instead. You walk into a small room at the foot of the mountain. When you walk out of the room, you're at the top of the mountain. The room is the dimension that the train uses to jump, and the way you traverse the mountain was the jump itself. It's probably better if Danhung explains these things to you. Is that so? Did Kafka take you to different worlds, too? I guess the Stellaron hunters are a peculiar bunch as well. Well, you better find a place to sit. The conductor will be showing us a movie. Be careful not to fall down.
Many millennia have passed. Is this what Eurilo 6 has become?
Our records aren't all that useful anymore. It would appear this trailblazing expedition will be a difficult one.
A frozen, white planet. Can human civilization really survive in such a place?
That's a question for Danhung.
He's either in the archives or in his room. Donghung, well, he likes to operate alone. He never watches the jump with us. Maybe he doesn't even know that the train has stopped. He volunteered to be the train's archiver. The train's sensory data and Encyclopedia Galactica are all administered by him. Donhung, well, he likes to operate alone.
That being said, he's quite dependable.
Ah, speak of the devil. He's here.
What? Is there something on my face?
We wanted to ask you a question.
It's hard to say. Eurilo 6 experienced a significant change. It's rare that civilizations endure such dramatic environmental disruption. However, the universe is infinitely large, and anything is possible. If we're being optimistic, the inhabitants may have prepared for the disaster in advance. Maybe they adapted their civilization to survive such changes. Alternatively, perhaps an eon saved them. Yaoshi, for example. In this instance, I do have some good news for you. Despite the planet's frozen surface, there is one area with a normal temperature.
Normal?
It's around 10 degrees below zero. The kind of normal that allows humanity to cling to survival. No, we can't say for sure. There are many other possibilities.
At least this shows the planet isn't completely lifeless. But that one area where the temperature is normal, there must be something special about it.
Yes. From my perspective, I'd advise caution.
At least this shows the planet isn't completely lifeless. But that one area where the temperature is normal, there must be something special about it.
When a whole planet is plunged into freezing conditions, an area with relatively normal temperatures implies unnatural interference.
This shows that the planet isn't completely lifeless. There's definitely something special about that area.
Spatial readout anomaly. Star rail stability is down to 12%. Schedule alteration. 7-day stopover time delayed indefinitely.
The complex locality of this world has been affected. The star rail is blocked off. Let me give you an analogy. The space in front of the train is no longer an observable star rail, but a collapsing abyss. I guess the only sensible thing would be to stop the train?
Indefinitely, until the anomaly is removed. If we try to force our way ahead, there could be a hefty price to pay.
Well, looks like it's this world for the time being. Get ready, everyone. Oh, this is a first for you, right? We should talk.
Each stop brings its own grand and exciting adventure. No. No, I can't leave the train right now. I can't leave the train right now.
Ever since the destroyer sowed stellarons across the universe, many worlds have met similar fates. Nanook the Destroyer, Yausha the Fertility, Terminus the End. I've seen and learned a lot in my time, but I still struggle to understand the reasons for some of the Eon's actions. Some of the Eon's actions are difficult to understand.
What are you doing? Updating the train's archives. The data on Eurilo 6 are unusable, so I need to input new data.
Look, there's nothing but ice. Do you still remember what I told you about my past? Yeah. Yeah, that's right. That's a cool thing to say and all, but it's also a good way of annoying the heck out of someone. As soon as I set eyes on this planet, I thought, a world covered in ice. Could it have something to do with my past? The more I thought about it, the harder it was to think about anything else. Still, I guess it's not likely. I was trapped in 6-phased ice, a very rare substance. You won't find it on your average planet. I don't think we'll find any. But you're right. I shouldn't turn down a chance to know for certain. Even if I don't find out anything about my past, exploring a new world is still really cool. To be honest, I think I'd be pretty annoyed if I found out this was my home world. It looks freezing. All right, let's go down and have a look.
Well then, are you ready for your first trailblazing expedition since joining the crew? Oh, you're pretty into it. Well, there's a first time for everything. Explore, understand, establish, and connect. When we talk about the trailblaze path of Akuvili, these are the things we mean. Explore unknown planets, understand the current state of different worlds, establish relations with civilizations, and connect the star rail throughout the universe. The Eon may have fallen, but we, the Nameless, can continue along the trailblaze. Thanks to Akuvili, we are able to explore many unique worlds and witness all kinds of magnificent scenery. However, for some reason, a space warp has affected the star rail ahead. If we can't reverse this anomaly, the train cannot progress any further. This isn't the first time Welt and I have encountered a situation like this. We discussed the issue once with Mrs. Herta, master of the space station, and came to the conclusion that the root of such anomalies were stellarons. That's right, just like the one that's implanted in your body. Something similar will exist on Eurilo 6, I'm certain. Find it, dispel its effect on the star rail, and we can move forward again. You must have a lot of questions, right? Not to worry, I can answer all of them before you depart. Because that's the only way for us to benefit from the Trailblaze path. Just like how humans need to breathe and eat to survive, the Astral Express needs to acquire that faint power to warp between worlds granted to it by its path. Akivili has fallen, and fallen eons can no longer draw on the power of their path. All we can do is strictly follow that path ourselves to allow the train to continue onto more and more places. An eon's power comes from the path that they control. Even though Akivili has fallen, the Trailblaze path, also known as the Trailblaze, still exists. Of course, a fallen eon can no longer draw on the power of their path. Compared to the power of the eons, we, the Nameless, are insignificant. All we can do is follow the Trailblaze. In doing so, we are rewarded with the power to warp between worlds. However, we are already quite lucky. After the passing of Tazeronth the Propagator, the swarm has almost vanished from existence, and after the passing of Idrila the Beauty, the Knights of Beauty collapsed alongside them. But at least we're still able to stick to the Trailblaze. We have a few clues, but not many. Usually we start with anomalous traces. Take Dan Heng's scanning readout, for example. There's a temperature anomaly on this planet. That's where we'll start our investigation. Also, you have a stellaron in your body. At present, it's hard to know what use it may have, but it might help you to locate the source of other stellarons. Sorry, I'm afraid that's one thing I can't give you a definite answer on. From the available data, it would seem that stellarons have brought about vastly different effects on different worlds. Welt suspects that stellarons are seeds of disaster planted by eons throughout the universe. But we don't know anywhere near enough about them. All we can say for sure is that their arrival causes massive changes to civilizations and ecologies. They also generate warps in space, such as fragmentums. For this expedition to Eurilo 6, I'm planning to have Dan Heng and Marge accompany you. Someone has to stay on the train, otherwise Pom Pom will get lonely. Not to mention, Nanook the Destruction threw us a quick glance just now. If we're targeted by the Antimatter Legion, then things could go south fast. Well, he's always itching for action, but I stopped him. He should give the youngsters a chance to explore things on their own. It's a good chance for you guys to become more familiar with each other. He's calm, measured, and acts as a perfect counterpart to March. Also, I'm hoping that you guys can bond a bit. She wanted to go. I could see it in her eyes. To be honest, the changes on this planet are most likely due to a stellaron, unrelated to the answer she's looking for. However, sometimes people need to make the journey anyway if they want to grow as a person. Not to mention, knowing her personality, she'd probably create chaos if she stayed cooped up here on the train. If you're ready, why not go find Marge and Dan Heng? It's up to all of you to get the train moving again. I'm sure you'll be getting to know Marge and Dan Heng a lot better soon.
Be careful. On second thought, March and Dan Heng are going. Maybe I should be more worried for the planet. I wanted to go, but Himiko said that I needed to give you youngsters a chance to spend some time together and develop your friendship. We've also had a run-in with the Stellaron hunters and attracted the attention of Nanook. The train really does need me and Himiko to look after it. I'm touched it even occurred to you. Take care of March for us. Thank you. Please don't say things like that so convincingly. I'm a bit worried now.
I know. I'll go. Before you came, whenever March wanted to go somewhere, Himiko would always make me and Mr. Yang go with her. Now that you're here, it would seem that I'm not the one who's been liberated of that duty. The flattery is unnecessary. You're a bad liar. We'll leave once March is ready. Go ahead. I'll be with you shortly.
Let's get going!
The universe. The Astral Express. Eons. Did I get dragged into a science fiction movie or something? This Stellaron thing in my body.
Are you trying to catch the stars? I've done stuff like that before. But it wasn't stars for me, though. It was lights. Oh, this planet really is one big snowball. Hey, quit copying me!
That's because the Trailblaze is granting us some power, in simpler terms. It allows us to adjust to harsh climates relatively easily.
Oh, you don't have to explain, you know. It's not like knowing will make me feel any warmer. So, Dunhung, where should we go?
Based on the data, the target is up ahead.
Then what are we waiting for? Let's go!
Slow down. Let's have a quick meeting first.
Oh, here you go again. It's a Dunhung thing. He likes to lay things out very, 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 very clearly. You really do sound tired. You awake in there? No, it's just Dunhung's company culture.
At the bare minimum, there are some things that we should clarify.
Fine, I'll give you a chance. What were you going to say?
First, let's note down our current coordinates. If we want to return to the train, we may have to return here.
Huh? Why? Don't we have tickets?
That brings me to my second point. Tickets aren't get-off-planet free cards. We may encounter all manner of unforeseen circumstances during our mission. We need to make sure we have a way back.
Ugh, you're such a scaredy pants. We can look out for ourselves, you know? Calm down. Between the three of us, nothing will stand in our way. I mean, come on. You've got a Stellaron in your body. I have my special six-phased ice powers. And Dunhung, he's got that mysterious past thing. I feel sorry for anyone who gets in our way. Right? I don't want to be treated like a kid by Himiko and Mr. Yang. We'll show them. We'll ace this expedition. Yeah, that's the spirit. Dunhung, you don't want Himiko to always see you as my caretaker, right?
So you knew.
I guess everybody's on the same page then? Let's go!
This blizzard is strong. Don't get separated.
Which direction are we going?
North.
Isn't it normally colder up north?
Quite the opposite. On this planet, north is warmer.
What?
What is it?
There's something over there. I saw it move.
It could be a wild animal native to this planet. Keep your guards up.
Even the poor trees are frozen.
This isn't the same kind of ice that you were sealed in, though.
How did you know I was thinking about that?
This is reinforced concrete. People once lived here.
Did you guys hear something? It sounded like talking. Hey, No use hiding. We can see you shaking with cold. Holding your breath won't help either.
Out of the way, March. If someone's got their head stuck in the sand, or the snow for that matter, they just need a helping hand.
Ouch! Ouch! My fine fellow, was that really necessary? Is crawling around in the snow a crime these days? Surely it doesn't warrant a spearing. But then again, how can I blame you? I caught you off guard. I mean, it had to happen. You could even say I deserved it. Besides, I've made a gallant group of new friends as a result. Is Captain Landau around? He's an old friend of mine.
Who?
Wait, you're not Bluecoats? Oh! Well, my friends, why didn't you say? We're on the same side after all. Pleasure to meet you. The name's Sampo Koski. Excellent. Well, now, it's not every day you bump into living souls in this frozen wasteland. Where's your hideout? Can you hide me there? The Silvermane guards are still after me. But surely, my friends, is this your first time doing business? You haven't even prepared a safe house. Oh, you know that leaving the overworld without authorization is a crime, right? Yeah, you know. Business. Yeah, what about it?
It's our first time here.
Oh, newcomers, huh? Keen to get your hands on some relics? Looking to make it big, right? Worry not, friends. You can speak your mind with me. Sampo Koski isn't interested in hoarding. There's more than enough treasure to go around, so let's get rich together! But of course, I'm always glad to help out a newcomer. But make it quick, or the guards will catch us. Well, that depends on your definition of nearby. I wouldn't say it's far, but it's not really that near either. Regardless, if you continue north for a stretch, you'll arrive at the Union. So you don't know the way, huh? Wait, did you manipulate a fissure to get out here? Very impressive, friends.
A fissure?
You know those sealed-off, distorted-looking openings in space that seem as if a huge hole was dug into the air itself? Those things can take you anywhere once you're inside. I mean, they're dangerous, but pretty handy if you can find your way through them.
He must be talking about the fragmentum.
Fragmentum? Is that what you call them? Well, that's fine with me. I mean, there's no official name for them. Humanity's final fortress against the eternal freeze? The city that received Plamia's providence? Well, that's what overworlders always say. You haven't heard of the Union before? My dear friends, did you escape from the underworld or something? Which route did you take? I mean, which fissure did you take? All right, you don't have to tell me. I understand. It's a trade secret.
You keep talking about the overworld and the underworld. What are those?
There are two regions you need to know about. The one above ground is called the overworld, and the one below ground is called the underworld. The overworld is full of happiness, and the underworld is full of suffering. Residents of the overworld are saints, and residents of the underworld are devils. Well, that's what they say, at least. I mean, there's actually not a lot of difference. Life's difficult wherever you live. Ah, the Bluecoats. The military power of the Union. Enforcers, police, soldiers. Basically, they're the sworn enemies of smugglers like you and me. Oh, you know, just looking around, snapping up relics to sell when I get back. Activities that the Bluecoats don't look kindly on. But as you know, a man will die for his wealth. There are troves of treasure scattered around the Union, and they don't even bother digging them up. It'd be a shame for it all to go to waste. I had some bad luck this time. When I was sneaking out of the city, a bunch of Bluecoats spotted me. Even worse, that Japard Landau was leading the squad. I had to hide in the snow to get them off my trail. Oh, well, sure, then let's get out of here. Who knows if the guards are still on my case? Oh, well, sure, then let's get out of here. Who knows if the guards are still on my case?
Can you show us the way? We're new here.
Well, Missy, showing you the way is easy enough, but But it would be my pleasure. Yeah, kindness is Sampo Koski's middle name. Follow me, friends, and keep quiet. We don't want to be spotted by the bluecoats. So, let's be open, friends. Where exactly are you from? Maybe you can indulge my curiosity. I mean, you guys could have ran me through back there, so you could say we've been through life and death together, right?
Should we tell him?
He won't understand. He'll think we're lying to him.
That hurt more than the spear, my fine fellow. I may not be the brightest spark around, but I know distrust when I hear it.
Are there colorful ice crystals where you're from, Sampo?
Where I'm from, you wouldn't find snow, let alone ice. That's a question for an overworlder. You folks don't seem like union people to me. Or underworlders, for that matter.
Better if you don't ask.
We came from outside. That's all you need to know.
Outside? Wow. Even more curious now. The snow's thinning out and we're heading in the right direction. This is the blessed city, the only place impervious to the wind and snow. All thanks to Plamia. You guys at least know who Plamia is, right?
Who are they?
You remember the silver main guards I mentioned? That's them! Help me, old friends! I don't want to be captured.
There are more of them now. He's got accomplices.
Sampo, what do they mean?
Wait, do I have to explain what accomplice means now, too?
They're too strong.
Hold on! Reinforcements are coming!
It's now or never. Best of luck, dear accomplices!
Hey!
That guy.
He's shameless!
Where's the suspect?
He got away.
I've apprehended his accomplices. Maybe he'll try to save them.
I hope he tries. I'll help you beat the heck out of him. Even then, he probably wouldn't show up. Yeah, we'd never team up with someone like him. I'm not trying to create trouble, but we're not friends with that scoundrel. Did you see how fast he ditched us? We rescued him from the snow out of the kindness of our hearts. We had no idea he might be using us to get past you. Are you really dumb enough to fall for his?
Silence! How dare you offend Captain Landau?
That'll do, Kyle. She was only defending herself, a Plamia given right. But if she happens to be lying, then the consul will naturally mete out the punishment she deserves. You said you rescued that convict from the snow. You are aware, of course, that citizens are forbidden from leaving the Union? That alone is already a grave offense.
You probably won't believe this. We're not from here. Watch what you say!
We came from somewhere far, far away.
We heard there were humans here, so we decided to check it out.
Far away? You mean beyond the ruins? There are still humans out there?
Absolute nonsense! Captain, permission to silence them. This is blasphemy.
We're telling the truth. Look at our clothes. We come from a place where fashion exists.
No, Kyle. We cannot judge the truthfulness of their statements just yet. Look at their attire. It is very different to that of the Union, not to mention their ancient-looking relics. We've never excavated anything like it before, and I haven't seen anything similar in our museums.
But...
Not to mention, and call it intuition if you like, but I sense something special about them. Something that reminds me of the Madam Consul. At the very least, Kyle, their judgment is not ours to pass. If they truly are outsiders, then they're the first evidence of humanity outside the Union. The only evidence we've received in thousands of years. We must report to the Consul immediately. They must not be treated like criminals before the Consul passes her judgment.
What about the suspect?
Send a squad to patrol the city walls. He has nowhere to run. We have a more urgent task at hand now.
Well, would you listen to that? I caused a bit of trouble and saved everyone. Thank you, March 7th. Quite right. I'm not going to hold back this time. I'm a genius. I was scared for a moment. He's pretty fearsome.
Don't get too comfortable. We aren't out of danger just yet.
Please, come with me. I will take you to Belobog. If what you said is true, then I believe the Madam Consul will want to see you personally. I welcome you to the Union.
Hey, feels like it got a bit warmer.
That's because you're in Belobog, humanity's last stronghold against the eternal freeze.
The eternal freeze?
It is said that in the Age of Guilt, there were many cities like this. In those days, the world was brimming with evil, scoured by fire and smoke. Those carbonic, sulfurous fumes awakened the devils slumbering beneath the surface. They summoned the eternal freeze, a front of piercing cold that destroyed all in its wake. Sweeping winds and blizzards sealed the world in ice. Only Belobog survived. Because of Plamia's divine providence, this city remains impervious to the unrelenting cold and remains forever warm.
He's sure saying some weird stuff.
A marked change in tone. It sounds like he's quoting from a historical record.
Uh-huh. So why is he telling us all this?
Because you asked.
Captain Landau,
Sergeant Pela, what's the situation?
the unrest has subsided. The Silvermane Guards are now patrolling the city, ensuring its safety over the Maslenitsa period. The suspect's origin is currently being traced. There's nothing in the data to suggest any recent abnormalities in the movement of the cable cars.
And what's your opinion, Sergeant?
I do not believe this event was premeditated, Captain. There's only one suspect who committed no violent acts. It's possible that he's a lost one from that place, who accidentally wandered into the district.
You're implying that in addition to the cable cars, there are other paths that link the Union to the underground.
Many researchers have proposed this hypothesis, Captain. We know quite little about that place.
I'll include your opinion in the report. These people claim to have come from afar, from outside the city.
Outside of Belobog, beyond the snow plains, are there even habitable places out there?
3 and counting. Must have been some terrible disaster.
A Stellaron, perhaps.
Is it true, Captain? Outside the city.
We don't have the authority to come to that conclusion. I'll submit my report to the Consul. Before we receive further instruction, these people are our guests. Nevertheless, keep an eye on them. Don't let them out of your sight.
Yes, Captain. You must be tired from your journey. Please, follow me.
3 strangers. 3 strangers have arrived in Belobog. One of them is carrying a seed of ruin. It will bring about our end. Do you remember the admonishments?
Keep careful watch over the walls, for devils shall fall upon us like a blizzard, and disaster shall chill humanity to the core. The seed has already been planted. One day, ruin shall revisit these lands.
Yes, these are Plamia's teachings. Bring them to me, Bronya. Do this for me. I must pass judgment on them and purify them myself.
As you wish, Madam Consul.
You may call me Mother, whilst others aren't present.
I'll bring them to you, Mother.
Hey, Pela, are you still busy?
I'm on duty, Serval. An assignment from that dear brother of yours.
And what about him? Why did he leave everything to this lovely little lady and sneak off on his own?
He's briefing the consul.
He does that every time, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
And who are these people? I've never seen them before.
Guests of the Union.
I see my brother has decided to dump guest welcoming on your plate, too. Say, why don't you become one of the family, Pela?
I don't want to.
Oh, you're just too cute. I wouldn't want to share you with him anyway. I wrote a new song. Want to try it out later?
If I'm not busy. What? Lady Branya.
I'll take them from here.
But Captain Landau ordered that.
These are orders from the consul herself to pass unnoticed among the people. Devils conceal themselves with a human visage. Just as the teachings foretold, the devil's children come to us in our own image. Devil's children? We came from outside. How many times do we have to say it? Outside the Union, there are no civilizations left in the world. This is the truth stated in Plamia's admonishments. Plamia's truth is irrefutable and incontestable. Ice and snow have engulfed this world. Plamia's providence is the only reason why the Union still exists. You lie. The tool of the devil's deceit is their honeyed tongues, with which they utter sweet-sounding blasphemies. I shall follow my decree. Bring them before the Supreme Consul for judgment. All of them. Who's the new girl? She's scary. Devil's children? What's that supposed to mean?
She appears to hold a higher rank than Landau and has some innate animosity towards us.
How's that fair? We haven't done anything bad yet. Well, I do kind of feel like we tend to bring trouble to every world we visit.
They may skip straight to the punishment. She has some innate animosity toward us.
How's that fair? We haven't done anything bad yet. Well, I do kind of feel like we tend to bring trouble to every world we visit.
They may skip straight to the punishment.
Right? Me too. Oh, it didn't take much for us to go from guests to criminals. Is this really a good time for witty remarks? That's putting it mildly.
March, be ready to make an escape.
Huh?
I'm not sure yet. We should make a move once an opportunity arises. The girl's hostility troubles me. My instincts tell me we're in great danger. And I don't plan to hand ourselves to them on a silver platter.
Yeah, you feeling okay, Don Hong? I'm usually the one talking about escape plans.
Just wait for my signal.
Hey, Don Hong, look! There's a fissure over there. We can use the fragmentum to escape the guards.
That is quite risky.
But there's no time to lose. You were the one talking about escape. This might be our only chance.
Okay.
Go, go, go! Sorry guys, double booked.
The Infernal shall one day return to hell. They really are devils.
They jumped into it?
Do you understand now, soldier? This is why Madam Consul instructed me to apprehend them.
Lady Branya, what are you planning to do?
Bring them to me, Branya. Do this for me.
I will bring them before the Consul.
See, they aren't brave enough to follow us. Freedom at last. Serves them right. Better luck next time, slowpokes.
That was quite risky.
It's the result that counts. Gotta take risks sometimes if you want to succeed.
I didn't say we should jump into the fragmentum.
Oh, blame me then. You take the credit, I'll bear the responsibility. Well, you can get good at being lucky.
We should make haste. There's no sign of pursuit, but we don't know how big this could become.
Pursuit? They wouldn't dare follow us. The fragmentum is a distorted, alternate dimension. If they messed up, they'd never make it out. What choice did we have? Were you guys looking forward to a prison vacation on planet Fridge?
The fragmentum is essentially how you described it. There should be many exits, but paths to such exits will be dangerous, difficult to find.
You guys have a point. Let's try and find a way out of here as quick as we can.
Trying to find the exit of an unfamiliar fragmentum is akin to looking for a needle in a haystack.
But also, the entrance must be heavily guarded now.
So, we'll need to have a plan. We can't wander around aimlessly.
Okay, got it. It's not like I don't know what getting stuck in the fragmentum is like.
An enemy.
The Union has invested countless people over hundreds of years into researching this place. Certainly we would understand it as well as you, if not better. You thought that Union guards wouldn't follow you in here because it is dangerous? You thought that our conviction would waver when faced with the fear of death?
Get ready.
Hey, you want to attack now? That girl hasn't finished her speech.
She's no ordinary girl, remember? She is...
I, Branya Rand, the divinely appointed, hereby declare you be brought before the Supreme Council for judgment.
Now!
I know this fight is unavoidable, but Danhong, this girl won't like you for this.
Seize them.
Ah, forget it! Who needs her to like us anyway?
Duck! Lady Bronya!
I'll handle these evildoers myself.
This girl, she's pretty strong. Hey, Danhong, show us all that secret strength you've been hiding.
You first.
Sheesh, you're no fun.
I will admit, you are quite strong. But Japard is being led here by one of my guards as we speak. I know I can at least hold you here until he arrives. You can't escape. Surrender. There's no need for this senseless struggle.
Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to ruin the intensity of the moment.
What is this? Can't breathe.
I have one thing to say. Sampo never lets friends who've helped him come to harm. I say what I mean, and mean what I say.
She really caught up with us. Even enough time to set up an ambush.
You dare underestimate me?
Oh!
It is coming. I want you to see things for what they are, successor. Every night you will have these dreams. You will come to understand everything. I want you to see things for what they are. You must inherit everything.
Then why hasn't he woken up yet? Sleep talking? It seemed like a virus was attacking his brain or something. What am I going to do about her? Why, wait for the opportunity and then send her back together with the rest of them, of course. Wait, why are you... Well, I didn't mean to bring her along. The smoke was too dense. I was in a daze. Before I knew it, I'd somehow dragged her down here, too. Oh, nothing to worry about. This matter's got nothing to do with wildfire, right? They won't get involved. Sampo Koski always takes care of his friends. Wait, aren't you going to give him a shot or some medicine or something? You're going to be fine, brother. Are you feeling better? Any aches or pains? That's good. You were out for a long time. I was worried sick. Seems like there's some brain damage after all. Unless that was a creative metaphor. Yeah, you were babbling something about destruction, stellarons. Whatever it was, it sounded scary. Anyway, now that you're up, let's get moving. It seems that fate had plans for us. I saved your life, so I guess it's time for you to repay the favor. I need your help in recapturing that overworld girl. Aha! The old pretend amnesia card, huh? You fought her up there, you almost didn't make it. Luckily, your friend Sampo here always looks out for the little guy and came to the rescue. Ring any bells? I accidentally brought her along with me. I thought I locked her away, but I guess the lock wasn't sturdy enough. Oh, they're already up. The young guy. Miserable-looking fella. He said he was gathering information and took off on his own. The girl just suddenly disappeared. Not to get you down or anything, brother, but you might want to start choosing your friends more carefully. It would seem I care about you more than they do. Great! To tell you the truth, if the Bluecoats or Wildfire were to find out that I smuggled someone from up there down here, I don't think either side would let me go. So stop dawdling. We've got work to do. Oh, do you have to ask them now? Fine, ask away and I'll answer as fast as I can. That's a trade secret, a recipe I got from someone a long time ago. The materials are quite difficult to find. I put my life on the line, you know. Is that good enough for you? Of course not. I had no guarantee there weren't more of them chasing me, so I needed a hostage at the very least. But now that the adrenaline's gone, I'm kicking myself. What a mess. Regardless, the most important thing right now is figuring out where she is. This is the region below Belobog, the underworld I talked about. Let's not waste time. If you want to know more, we can talk while we're on the move. Natasha, she's the doctor around here. I'll give you a word of caution. She's the last person you want to mess with. There aren't that many doctors in the underworld, so if you get on her bad side, the entire underworld will be out for you. Satisfied? Then let's go. What are we still hanging around for? Look lively. Dear friends, welcome to humanity's last bastion against the eternal freeze, Below Bog. Okay, tough crowd. Hard to believe, right? A whole other realm below the Union, away from sun, snow, wind. The only thing we have down here is an endless supply of geomarrow. It provides energy and warmth for both the underworld and the overworld.
You're here. Surveying the unfamiliar environment, collecting crucial intel, preparations. That way we'll be better prepared if we have to jump into the fragmentum again. The whole cavern has a complex structure. It's cordoned off by rocky walls on all sides. Only the cable cars and support beams reach the surface. This must be the underworld they spoke of. I don't know. Based on past experience, we don't have to worry about her. She'll reappear eventually. Well, there's a commotion going on over at the market there. I agree. That doesn't sound like an ordinary dream. Do you think it means that we're close to the Stellaron that fell here?
And just what are you two whispering about so earnestly, huh? Has someone sighted our overworld girl?
Branya. I haven't seen her.
Alas, this truly is a nightmare. We need to find her as soon as possible.
The geomarrow in this vein is running low. Everyone's getting anxious. The taxes are due soon. What are we gonna do about the quota?
Calm down. The geomarrow's never gonna run out. That stuff is like the rats down here. It's never far off. Pick another spot, dig for a while, and you'll strike another vein in no time.
You're too young and too naive. The mining teams control the veins down here. There's nothing for us.
Let go!
Hey, you're up. Quick, look who's here. Causing trouble, of course. She's like a spoiled princess. She can't open her mouth without referring to someone as a devil or calling them impertinent. Well, I'm just used to being strict with others and going easy on myself. Anyway, it's like this. I was taking a stroll, and suddenly I caught sight of her coming my way. I took cover so she wouldn't see me. She kept looking behind her, almost like someone was following her, and then she bumped into someone. Whoever it was grabbed hold of her and started arguing, but then... She threw him to the ground like it was nothing. I guess she did it without thinking. I mean, I'd probably do the same thing. It's normal to be frightened if some stranger grabs you. Sucks to be the stranger, though. That lady means business. Not many girls her age can stand up to me in Danhung. I could tell from when we fought her. That lady means business. Not many girls her age can stand up to me in Danhung.
That girl isn't the pampered princess you take her for.
Friends, don't just stand there. Do something. This could easily boil over. I can't go picking sides now. How would I make it up to the one I didn't help?
Pretty brave of you to ask us a favor. We still haven't settled the score with you.
We shouldn't be drawing attention to ourselves right now, but Branya is going to cause a lot of trouble here. I don't think we can ignore this.
Exactly! Now you're getting it. Exactly, that's what I've been... The young master speaks with reason.
Hey, I was just venting. Get your own opinion. Actually, I agree with Danhung. In a sense, this girl and us are peas in the same pod.
Well said. The young lady is wise and righteous.
Let's help her.
Shut up, Sampo. You can sort things out with Svarog in your own time. Right now, Wildfire needs your help. Are these the ones?
What was your intention in bringing me here?
Listen to her. What was your intention? She still thinks she's an overworld princess.
Let's all be friends, shall we?
You'll find out soon enough. Me? Nothing. Our chief wants to see you.
I toil away every day, risking my life to find relics for these guys. They won't even tell me where their base is. They've never treated me as one of their own. Even if I knew, which I'm not saying I do, I wouldn't want to open my mouth. I'm sure you'll know more soon enough. Oh, you're still thinking of escaping, aren't you? Other than the heavily guarded cable cars, only Wildfire knows how to get from the underworld to the overworld. Anyway, you should think of this as a business transaction. You need to get to know the boss before you can start negotiating. Oh, Sampo Koski, forever doling out warm compassion and forever getting the cold shoulder in return. I'm used to it by now. Such is the way of this cruel world. That hurt more than the spear and the distrust.
Hey, do you still remember why we came here? That's right. Say, you've got a good memory. It's just a shame we don't have anything to go on yet. This sure is a divided world. There's barely anyone left on the planet, yet somehow their biggest concern is separating themselves into up theres and down heres. If we don't get this sorted quickly, Himiko and Mr. Yang are gonna laugh at us again. No way. We've only been here a day. Mr. Yang holds the record for being away from the train for the longest. 2 months, to be exact. 5 days after Dan Heng got back, there was still no trace of him. Even then, Himiko wasn't worried. Told us it was no big deal. Wait, that's not right. The record holder was the passenger who came aboard before Dan Heng. I heard that after he got off, they never saw him again. Himiko told me she had a chat with Mr. Yang, and they agreed that there was no point in looking for him. Well, I'd rather be solving problems with them together. In fact, I'd rather be battling the Antimatter Legion than stuck down here. If Himiko and Mr. Yang were here, we'd be a lot safer. They're super reliable.
Yeah. March is in a bad mood. We need to abandon her on a planet for half a year. Maybe then she'll finally learn the value of peace and quiet. If you follow the logic, it was me that brought up escape. Her contribution was merely selecting a rash approach. And if you go back even further, it would seem that we're too nosy for our own good. Accidents like this are inevitable. Do you trust Sampo Koski? I see. And you don't think you're ending your analysis a little prematurely? If he hadn't appeared, we might not have encountered all this trouble. Perhaps we would have successfully escaped, cleared up the misunderstandings, exonerated ourselves, and successfully trailblazed this planet. It was precisely his appearance and his rescue that pushed us into our current position. Actions are more telling than words. In my opinion, people like Sampo are the most dangerous of all. He hasn't divulged his true intentions, and has pushed us into a corner already. Do you see the danger here? We're paying a heavy price for his actions, but he still managed to convince you that he's a friend. You seem to enjoy a metaphor. I myself don't find them very cool. But everyone has their manner of speaking. There's one thing I'm very interested in. What did he use when he put us to sleep? I'm not affected by normal poisons. Maybe I'm overthinking things. There are many substances in the universe. It's not that surprising that there are toxins here that could paralyze me. In any case, be wary of Sampo Koski.
Bored? Your brother Sampo's always up for a chat. Of course not. I'm renting this place for you at 2 tins a day. Treat it as a gesture of gratitude. After all, you did help me with those blue coats. Safety is paramount, you know. I would never divulge my own residence. Is something I was smart enough not to reveal? If I'd let Wildfire know that she was a high-ranking officer from the Silvermane Guards, there's no telling what they'd have done to her. The one thing that underworlders hate more than anything else are those blue coats. They take off with the ore that people here mine and issue meager supplies based on the amount seized. Of course, it's hardly an equal exchange. We businessmen call it a monopoly. I'm not surprised the people here hate them. Valued clients of mine. Well, I guess there's no harm in telling you. The routes I used to travel between here and the surface, including the one I used to save you, all of them are Wildfire's secret passageways. There's a cost, of course. Wildfire gets to purchase the relics they want at a reduced price, but leave me with enough to make a profit. Zila's one of them, Oleg's trusted backbone. To her, I'm nothing more than a lapdog. And a very contented lapdog, I should add. I don't know. They're a righteous bunch, though, so you won't get the short end of the stick. I recommend you strongly consider whatever it is they ask of you. After all, those passageways to the surface are all under their control. Don't look at me. I plan on living a while longer. Without Wildfire's go-ahead, my lips are sealed. Well, sure. Until next time.
Don't think this is all over just because you helped me. I'll repay my debt to you sooner or later. But your illicit dealings with these devil sentents is unforgivable. Be that as it may, Mother, Madam Consul, told me herself, one of you is carrying a seed of ruin, and I don't believe she would be mistaken. So you want to return to the surface too? Then we share a common goal. I won't hinder you, unless you're planning something that will bring harm to this world, in which case you will have to face me. The Consul's decree is absolute. At least it is to me. When we get to the surface, I don't need you to tell me what happens if my identity is revealed. The devils brought the eternal freeze that begot the world's end. Their spawn are imprisoned underground to atone for their sins with labor. I've studied Plamia's admonishments since I was a child. I've always thought that the devil sentence trapped down here must have hated us to the core. Well, they're not going to write the word devil on their foreheads, are they? Still, having come into contact with them, I didn't feel the sense of caution, fear, or loathing that I was expecting. And no matter how much I keep my guard up, all I've seen so far are ordinary people going about their business. No. Do not ridicule me. I can form my own opinions and judgments. Plamia's admonishments are irrefutable, but in the century since we settled on the surface, something must have changed. I need to think things over.
No can do. No one leaves before the chief gets here. Perhaps not, but you're still gonna have to do what I say. Off you go then. I'd like to see you try. How boring. We know everything Sampo gets up to, so we heard about his run-in with you. We have our sources, and they keep us well informed. We have eyes everywhere underground. Besides, the girl created quite the fuss. None of your darn business! The chief will be here soon. Sit quiet.
What's going on, Sampo? Where's my order?
About that? Bad luck, I'm afraid. The Bluecoats spotted me on the way out.
Is that so? Seems you did manage to bring something down here, though.
They helped me escape from the Bluecoats. You know me, Sampo Koski, staunch repayer of debts. There was nothing else I could have done back there. But I promise, swear even, I knocked them out. Wildfire's secrets are safe and the passageways are sound.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Oleg.
I'm March. This is Dan Hung, and that's Dan Hung's sister. I'm March. This is Dan Hung, and that's Dan Hung's sister. I'm March. This is Dan Hung, and that's Dan Hung's sister. We're innocent civilians. Please, just take us back.
Oh, you mean the young lady wearing the, how shall I put it, Silvermane Guard-esque uniform? There's no use trying to pull the wool over my eyes. I've been around the block a few more times than you.
Huh. This guy seems pretty savvy.
Someone in my position has to be especially cautious. Sometimes I may come across as impolite, but that's something I cannot avoid. I hope you understand. I propose we just have an amiable conversation. Naturally, things will only go smoothly if we commit to being open and honest with each other. What do you say? If that sounds okay to you, perhaps you'd be kind enough to tell me what brings you here. Of course, if you'd rather stay mysterious, I'm sure Sampo will give me a full and detailed account. And you expect me to believe that? You should probably leave that kind of talk to scarier-looking types. Do you really think that's all I need to hear?
Chief, it's like this.
I see. So, you're not from down here, and you're not from up there. Outsiders in the truest sense of the word. Very interesting. Zila, Sampo, leave us be. I want to have a nice chat with our friends here.
That Oleg person seemed pretty nice. Right? Huh. Maybe you should be more careful then. He likes to smile. In any case, it beats being shouted at. If we can gain his trust, maybe we can get some clues about the Stellaron. Dan Hung and I aren't good at negotiating. We'll leave it to you.
This Oleg. I think he's tougher and shrewder than he lets on. Weigh his words carefully. Treat him with caution. Still, my intuition tells me that he's not a difficult person to communicate with. The people we encountered above ground seem to be on higher alert. Perhaps we'll have more luck establishing relations with this chief. Maybe he can help us uncover the clues we're looking for. Let's try and establish communication with him. Maybe he can help us uncover the clues we need.
Wildfire. I've seen that name in my reports that I present to the Madam Consul. I don't recall the specifics, but I remember it was a clandestine organization with a secret agenda. No, the Madam Consul rarely lets me read her reports. She said that I'll understand everything after I succeed her. I remember seeing the words confidential, out of control, and history. The rest was written in cipher, which I haven't learned yet. That's where you're mistaken, trust me. People don't need secret agendas to do bad things. From the materials that I've seen, the Silvermane Guards have investigated and dealt with countless unlawful organizations. I still remember one called the Rightful Rights Society, where members would cover for each other to allow them to slip away from their spouses and children and do things they like to do, like building snowmen. I don't trust Wildfire. Let's see what this Mr. Oleg has in store for us.
Okay. Let's cut the pleasantries. To be honest, I'm not sure what to do with you guys. You shouldn't have come down here. But let me ask you a simple question. Are you willing to remain here?
Hey, that's not funny.
Interesting. It would seem there's disagreement already.
That's nothing new. But we do have to get back to the surface. Yeah, we have to get back to the surface. Right, Don Hung? What do you mean, either way? We have to get back to the surface.
Good. It would seem we're in agreement. I'd end up with a splitting headache if you chose to stay. This poor pedantic place isn't built to withstand respectable otherworldly guests, nor feisty Silvermane guards, for that matter. Seeing as all of you are keen to get back, we might as well move on to conditions. Straight to the point. Not bad, boy. You're sharper than you look. I don't need your money. I could do with your sense of humor, though. Perhaps I can turn to Miss Bluecoat here first. I want to ask you something. What are undergrounders, in your eyes?
You are the devil's children, descendants of the sinful devils that brought about the eternal freeze that destroyed the world. To atone for your sins, Plamia sentenced you to labor underground to extract geomarrow.
This is a lie. Devil's children, sin, the eternal freeze, all of it lies. The people down here are no different from you overworlders. There's no difference between us. We are all human. And yet because of those lies, we've been imprisoned underground for generations.
Lies? Even children are familiar with this history.
History contains some of the biggest lies of all, little girl. If you don't believe me, look at us. Look at Zila. Look at Sampo. Take a good look at the people here and the conditions they live in. And when you're done, put your condescending tone aside and think for a moment. Are those that live beneath you truly devils? The lives of the people down here are all the proof you need. And if that's not enough, stay here for a while. And if you still feel that we're irredeemable, take it up with me again.
Stay here for a while?
That's right. I'm not trying to create trouble for you. I want to strike a deal. If you agree to help me with some assignments, I'll arrange for people to escort you to the overworld through the passageways. Plotting. That's a strong word. I merely want to give you a chance to earn my trust. If I don't trust you, how can I ever agree to reveal our secrets to you? Once we're finished and understand each other better, I'll send you on your way. I might even ask you for some overworld favors in the future. Of course, whether you choose to be involved in that is completely up to you. Nothing too strenuous. I heard that some of you are very skilled. My requests won't be beyond your abilities. Oh? Pray tell, what could there possibly be down here that would stoke the interests of an outsider?
A Stellaron. Have you heard that word before?
I can't say I have. But if you can successfully complete these assignments, every corner of the underground is yours to investigate. Down here, we're upfront with each other. Not like our overworlder brothers and sisters. Good. Then it's settled. Zila will act as your guide and help you with Wildfire's assignments. I'm sure you'll get along just fine. A word of caution, though. Try not to upset her. Once that girl gets angry, there is nothing I can do for you. I'd recommend you look to her as a guide, and not with ill intent. Zila's here to help you, so try not to upset her. Not a chance. I have other uses for Sampo Koski. There are still a few debts I have to settle with him. And anyway, would you really feel better if he were by your side? Zila's nothing like him. She's loyal to a fault, and will do her best to help all of you. Goodbye for now. When you're ready, go and talk to Zila.
Quit stalling. You've got work to do.
You haven't told us what we need to do yet.
You've heard of geomarrow, right? I'm sure Sampo must have mentioned it. Good. That'll save me having to explain everything from the start. Has that guy told you anything useful? Well, now you've heard of it.
The only thing we know is its name.
Geomarrow is a crystalline ore that gives off a beautiful light, like an aurora. It's nothing like everyday crude ore.
Wow! Sounds like something out of a fairy tale.
It may sound like a fairy tale, but I'd advise you to stay well away from it when you see it. There's an energy within that makes people lose their mind. If you get close without the right protective gear, your body slowly starts to twist and wither. If you decide to stick around after that, your mind is next.
Whoa, this took a scary left turn.
Scary? Miners risk their lives on a daily basis for that stuff. They do it just so those on the surface can have their energy, and for whatever meager supplies they might get in exchange. Live for Geomarrow, die for Geomarrow. That's the kind of existence we have down here.
What about the protective gear?
They use it, but they may as well not bother. If you're in those mines every day, it doesn't matter how tightly you're wrapped up. It's still only a matter of time. Miners who breathe in geomarrow dust over an extended period all end up catching crystallization sickness. I've heard people say it starts off in the lungs and gradually causes the body to crystallize. There's no cure. But recently, a bunch of profiteers came out of nowhere and started selling this so-called wonder medicine. They claim it can cure crystallization sickness. I heard that some people did have reduced symptoms after taking it.
So that's a good thing, isn't it?
Nothing's that simple down here, princess. Use your brain. If that medicine's so miraculous, why is it only sold on the black market? There are side effects. That's right. Huh. Seems you have a conscience, at least. The medicine helps with the symptoms and pain for a short while, but it can't cure the disease. Just when the patient thinks they're back from death's door, their sickness gets even worse. Originally, the chief had assigned me to track down the source of the medicine, but since he asked you to come along, I guess I'm stuck with you guys. Try not to do anything stupid, and don't hold me up. The man we're looking for is called Dodge. Wildfire has been looking into him for quite some time. He often shows up around here.
This place is pretty busy. I can see why he's hard to find. It must be easy to blend in with the crowd.
Oh, these people. Are they all suffering from crystallization sickness? Is there a hospital nearby?
Hospital? What the heck is a hospital?
You know, a hospital. A place people go when they're sick.
Oh, I guess you mean Natasha's clinic. Yeah, we've got one. But like I said, there's no cure for crystallization sickness. People come from medicine to dull the pain. Recently, the numbers visiting the clinic suddenly shot up. They probably heard about the wonder medicine and wanted to try their luck.
Do you have any clues?
I've got descriptions from family members of Dodge's victims and a portrait based on them, but that's about it. He's a sly operator, so it's going to be hard to spot him with just this portrait. I guess that's what the chief has in mind. Yeah. Oh, you sound confident. I'll give you that. Anyway, now you know the situation. Go talk to those people and gather some clues. If anything happens, call my name. I'll be close by. Don't wander too far. I've been here a few times now. They'll probably recognize me. You could try, but I'd round you up and send you off from mine duty before you knew it. All right, that's enough. Get to work.
My neck, my arms, my legs. It hurts all over. How am I feeling? Just peachy, thanks. How do I look like I'm feeling? I'm not here for a cup of tea, that's for sure. The medicine. I must get that medicine. Where's Dodge gone off to? He told me to wait here. Said he'd find me. Why are you asking? If you want medicine, you better get in line. The man with the hat. Where is he?
Where can I buy that medicine? Oh, hello. I'm okay, thanks. Just a little anxious. Yeah, you too? I heard there's someone selling a wonder medicine here, so I came to take a look. After my dad caught crystallization sickness, I tried forever to get him over to the clinic. The old man's too stubborn. He'd say things like, "It's nothing. I'm not gonna let it affect the family." Then, a week ago, he collapsed. He's been delirious and talking nonsense ever since. I heard there's a trustworthy medicine trader here, but I've come several days in a row now and haven't caught sight of him.
Do you know his name?
His name was Dodge, I think?
Yeah, that's the guy.
If you find him, can you let me know? Thank you. I'm going to look around again. Goodbye. What do you mean? I guess I'll look for him myself then.
Brothers, sisters, looking for medicine? But of course, this stuff will get to the root of the sickness, guaranteed. It's in great demand right now. You won't find it anywhere else. I'm only charging slightly higher than the market price. Of course, I mean, Dodge. Never heard of him.
You've heard the name. Your reaction gave it away. Tell us everything you know about him.
My dear upstanding brothers and sisters, please have mercy. I won't peddle anything here ever again, I promise. Okay, I'll tell you. I'll tell you, please, don't hit me. He went that way a few moments ago. I don't know where he is right now. Oh, he's wearing a distinctive coat. He shouldn't be hard to recognize. That's all I know. Please, go about your business, and I won't bother. Oh, that's right, the medicine. Here you go. Uh.
These people, are they unaware that the medicine has side effects?
Oh, they're aware, all right.
Then why are they still buying it?
Why shouldn't they? If it temporarily dulls the pain, that's enough for them. They don't care about the side effects. If they're going to kick the bucket anyway, they may as well reduce the suffering.
The people here place so little value on their lives. It's something I cannot understand.
You're a spoiled princess. How could you understand any of this?
I went to the mines, but the foreman chased me away. He said children shouldn't be working there.
Huh? And you just gave up like that? What about your brother?
I want to save him, but I don't have any money left, I swear. Can I have some medicine first? Just a little bit, please. When I have the money, I'll buy the rest.
Are you kidding me? I starved for 2 days going around in circles in that hellhole to get this medicine. 2 days. I risked my life for this stuff. You should have the decency to do the same and earn enough to save your brother. That's how it works, kid. Full price or nothing.
What about this?
Oh, is that a relic? Why didn't you tell me you had a treasure like that lying around? Honestly, age is never an excuse, kid. If they say you're too young to work in the mines, then go steal something. There's always a way out.
Got the lab results? Dodge used to transport items for a living. I don't understand how he suddenly learned to make medicine. Hellhole, huh? I think we can guess where he's talking about.
Huh. This devil's stomach. Do you mean a fragmentum?
When we were fleeing our pursuers, we had no other choice but to enter the fragmentum. Perhaps some people down here have no alternative. Is it really that hard to imagine why someone might be forced to scavenge there?
I don't think it has an expiration date.
Unarmed civilians wantonly entering a fissure? How utterly foolish.
If it weren't for you overworlders hoarding all the resources and leaving pitiful scraps for the rest of us, then maybe nobody would be forced to make such a choice.
Want to join the moles? As their boss, Hook has to think about the squad's future. We need to bring in new blood. Don't you think so, Diggertron? The Adventure Squad! We dig up all sorts of hidden treasures and run rings around evil grown-ups. That's us, the moles! Let me introduce you. The ruthless villain-smashing fist of judgment and the best treasure-hunting sidekick anyone could ask for. The super weapon of the moles, Diggertron! Impressed? Wanna join us now? You're just another arrogant, evil grown-up. I might be small, but I'm also a legendary adventurer. I defeated the Iron King of the Mine and the Venomous Hex. Me, Pitch Dark Hook the Great. That's right. So, do you want to join us or not? Whatever. You must be getting old or something. You probably forgot what going on an adventure feels like. Just like Daddy. Whoa! Your face went kinda scary looking. What I meant was, you probably can't fit in the gaps and spaces as easily as us. You're too, big-boned. You'd get stuck. Okay, great! You've got the right spirit. Being an adventurer is all about expressing yourself loudly. So you do want to join, huh? Well, sadly, this particular legendary adventure squad has age restrictions. And you're too old. Whoa! Your face went kinda scary looking. What I meant was, you probably can't fit in the gaps and spaces as easily as us. You're too, big-boned. You'd get stuck. What I meant was, you probably can't fit in the gaps and spaces as easily as us. You're too, big-boned. You'd get stuck. You shouldn't be all miserable like that when talking about adventuring. Being an adventurer is all about expressing yourself loudly. What do you think, Diggertron? Uh-huh. You think so? Oh, In that case, after much consideration from Hook and Diggertron, we came to a unanimous decision. Congratulations! You are now an official member of the Moles.
Hawk!
Daddy! You're late today. Did you only just finish?
Sorry, sweetheart.
You shouldn't have run over here so fast. It makes you cough.
I just wanted to see my precious daughter sooner. You didn't cause any trouble today, right?
Of course not. My friend here was keeping me company.
Well, now, thank you for keeping this little troublemaker occupied. I'm Fursman, a foreman at the mines. Work keeps me very busy, so I don't have a lot of time to spend with my daughter. We'll be heading back now. See you!
What's up? Come on, spit it out. Of course. It doesn't hurt to look after a good blade. It even makes for a comfortable pillow. See? Here. Just wide enough for my head. What's with the weird look? Butterfly on the blade tip. Natasha taught it to me. I gotta say, it feels like it was written for me. Too bad I can't sing in tune. We go way back. I was an orphan. As a kid living on the streets, I used to get into fights all the time. I spent my days hanging out with my crew. That was until I ran into Natasha. She taught me how to read and write. Turns out, I was still better at beating people up. She's always been like that. But when Vash was still here, forget I said anything. Oh, I am pretty exhausted. Plus, I'll have to be up to take over the Wildfire Night Patrol later. Maybe you're right.
Oh, you're here too. Why, I'm on call, of course. Sampo Koski is ready to go to hell and back for his best clients at the drop of a hat. Ah ha ha! My sides. Come on now, after all we've been through together. We should see each other as old friends by now. Bye. Huh? Now wait just a minute. What's with the constant attitude? After all we've been through together, we should see each other as old friends. As soon as I saw your face, I knew that I had more business coming my way. What can I do for you, friend? Know her? We're best pals. I like customers like you. Nice and direct. What do you want to know? Oh, you mean Natasha's forbidden word. Vosh. He was a doctor, something like Natasha's mentor, I guess. I mean, the clinic was something he left to her. Vosh was the one that opened the place up for large numbers of patients. It also became a kindergarten of sorts for the miners' children. Who knows? That fellow's been missing for a long time now. In Natasha's words, he abandoned me and ran back to his own world. You know how the story goes. Or maybe not, huh? Oh, this is an emotional topic for me. I might need some spiritual support before I can carry on. I'm so happy we're starting to understand each other. I don't have any money, just the air that I breathe. Steady now. No need to martyr yourself for a story. But information shouldn't be given freely, as they say. Anyway, my payment is negotiable. For now, just keep your lips zipped and don't let Natasha know that I said anything. Maybe keeping a secret is also an acceptable form of payment. Anything else you want to ask? I mean, if you got the payment, I've got the intel.
Yeah, those miners with crystallization sickness, They must feel so helpless seeing their condition deteriorate. I noticed that too. They're a tough bunch. Even the children. We must help them, no matter what. I suppose we do still have a lot on our plate. Let's hope that Oleg is true to his word.
Mother, the underground is nothing like I'd imagined. What should I do? How rude of you to eavesdrop. That's none of your business. I just want to resolve these matters quickly and get back to the Union. No, I must admit, the opinions that I had of those underground weren't entirely accurate. Adapted? Don't be ridiculous. One will never see the sky down here, and the air is cloudy and saturated with soot. And this stifling heat, it's nothing like the surface. I don't think I'd ever adapt to life down here. And yet, this is how they've always lived. How? How have they managed to carry on all this time? When I return to the surface, I'll ask Mother about the underworld. Those who deceive children are abominable. They must face Plamia's judgment, all of them. It doesn't matter whether they're from the surface or the underground. Children must be protected. They are the world's future. If you don't mind, I'd like to be alone for a while. It's been a long day. I'm sorry, I just need some time to myself.
No, I was just going over what happened today in my head. I try to keep quiet unless I know I can help. March 7th talks enough for both of us. Both Zila and Natasha think that the medicine came from the fragmentum. That argument has merit, but I sincerely hope they're mistaken. Last time, luck was on our side. The true danger of the fragmentum lies in its unpredictability. It's like escaping a labyrinth. Stumbling upon an exit is largely down to luck, and you'd be just as lost the next time you entered. Anyway, there's no point in dwelling on it. If those two guessed correctly, there aren't many other options available to us. Do I look like someone who's versed in medical science? If we were in a world with more advanced medical infrastructure, I don't think that sickness would be untreatable, but things are what they are down here. People can only save themselves. Besides, none of us are doctors. I suppose Natasha must seem like a ray of hope to them. We must be cautious if we're to make it out of here.
Natasha, are you coming with us as well?
Find the source and completely cut off the supply. That's the most effective way. Have you been to the fragmentum before?
But we can't come to any decisions just yet. Zila hasn't given us the go-ahead.
If it's fine with Natasha, it's fine with me. But I won't be going with you guys. The chief's given me an urgent assignment.
Huh? You're not coming? I thought Mr. Oleg told you to protect us.
I just heard that Svarog's lapdogs are creating trouble again, so they need my help. It never ends. You'll run into him sooner or later. Focus on the counterfeit medicine for now. You haven't slipped up yet. Keep it that way. Anyway, you guys better look after Natasha. If she doesn't come back in one piece, you've had it.
In any case, the incident with the medicine dealer has come to a close. You've done well, outsiders. Now, let's talk about your next assignment.
Not to say that I'm not, but I never said anything to that effect.
I understand, but young folks have to learn the virtue of patience.
You're just saying that so you can take a break.
I won't be long, and when I'm done nagging, you can have your break. The next assignment has to do with Mr. Fursman, a foreman at the mines.
Huh, Mr. Fursman? Isn't that Hook's father?
That's right. Then I assume you've met him already? Very good. That should help things go smoothly.
Geez, your memory is terrible. Natasha's clinic. He's the one that picked Hook up, remember?
If you've met him already, let me cut to the chase. There are dozens of mines of various sizes down here. The one you went to is the largest, and Fursman is the foreman there. That mine is abundant in geomarrow. When it comes to taxes, it's got one of the best yields of all the mines. Quite a few miners have decided to settle in the vicinity. Of course, there's no such thing as an easy lunch down here, let alone a free one. Around the geomarrow deposits, fissures frequently open up and unleash monsters into the surroundings, causing havoc. The monsters are quite the headache for Fursman, and he's always on the lookout for someone to help him. The situation is more complicated than you think. It's not that we don't want to. Fursman is a stubborn customer. We don't exactly see eye to eye. I'm sure he knows that Wildfire could help him out, but he doesn't want us to get involved. It's not that we don't want to.
Is there some past animosity between you?
Differing views and differing goals, I guess. Something for us undergrounders to figure out, and something of little concern to outsiders. The only thing you need to focus on is the assignment at hand. There's no fooling you. I could do with people like you by my side. It's a pity you can't stay here forever. Simple. Like I said, there's no easy lunch down here. Trouble creeps up on you in the most unexpected situations.
Chief, let me go with him. Maybe I can have a talk with old Fursman, as a member of Wildfire.
I don't see why not. So, that's the assignment. Go to the mines and find Fursman. He might get you to defeat a few monsters for him, or he might get you to do something else. Regardless, try to win him over for me. Anyway, it's getting late. Go and get some rest. Do you need anything else? Isn't that a question for those on the surface? We undergrounders have been searching for hundreds of years. We've yet to find another resource worth excavating. The worst part is this. The supplies we receive in exchange are our only means of survival. This barren subterranean realm doesn't provide any of the basic requirements for self-sufficiency. Sorry, I get a bit worked up sometimes. It's late. You should go and rest. I'll find someone to make up our most comfortable rooms for you.
Danhung, what do you think about Oleg?
What do you mean?
What do you think of him?
Elusive. I can't see his true intentions.
Right. Sometimes he's really nice, then other times he's really gloomy. I feel a little uneasy helping someone like him.
For all we know, he probably trusts us even less. It's difficult to imagine what people who've been trapped underground for hundreds of years would think when a group of outsiders suddenly appears before them. If you were in his position, would you be completely at ease?
I guess you do have a point. Still, we're no ordinary outsiders. We're just a bunch of courageous and kind-hearted extraterrestrials, right?
This bed.
What's up, Branya?
It's nothing. I think I'll sleep standing up.
Huh? Sleep standing up? Are you trying to be Pom-Pom?
Pom-Pom?
Pom-Pom's our conductor. He always sleeps standing up. Maybe that's because of how big his ears are, though. They'd probably get in his way if he tried to lie down.
It sounds like everyone's an eccentric where you guys are from.
Speaking of eccentrics, I wonder what Himiko and Mr. Yang are doing right now.
They're probably on the train drinking tea.
Why do they get to relax? Just thinking about that makes me annoyed.
Someone didn't have any trouble falling asleep.
We should rest too. We have a long day ahead of us tomorrow.
Huh? Why is the bed so hard? Did you guys feel that? Was it an earthquake? Now that you mention it, I don't see her anywhere. It sounds like something big must have happened.
Let's go down and take a look.
Mr. Oleg! Zila!
Finally, I thought you guys might have slept through it. Zila was about to give me a report. We weren't affected.
One of our scouts just sent word. Apparently, a large mine suddenly caved in. His tone wasn't reassuring. It sounds like a terrible situation.
Large mine. Could it be?
Yes, it's Fursman's.
I'll save you the lunch refrain this time, but things can and do change without warning down here. It does give you guys an opportunity to demonstrate Wildfire's goodwill. How many casualties are there?
It's chaos down there. Impossible to know.
What about the miners?
They're being evacuated, but they could use some extra hands.
Outsiders, you agreed to help Fursman, right? Well, if you can defeat a few monsters along the way, all the better. There's no time to lose. You better hurry.
The scout also mentioned that several prospectors were scavenging at the scene.
That'll be Svarog's men.
This Svarog. It's about time he told us about him.
Well, to put it simply, he's the biggest danger there is below ground. He's gathered many prospectors under his command. They don't seem to mind taking their life in their hands. For them to try and make a profit out of a mining accident doesn't surprise me in the least. What are you standing around for? There's no time to lose. Find Fursman and make sure he doesn't die down there.
Mining accidents. Do they happen often?
Once every now and again. They're hardly unexpected. Still, there hasn't been an accident at Old Fursman's mine for a long time now.
Given the scale and intensity of the mining that we've seen down here, it was inevitable that we'd encounter one sooner or later.
I can't wrap my head around it. What kind of luxury do you overworlders live in that you need so much geomarrow?
I can assure you we're not doing as well as you might imagine.
I'll be the judge of that. One day.
Is that a threat?
It can be whatever you want it to be. We're here.
This is...
I didn't know how serious it was.
We should hurry. Let's find out what happened.
It's over. It's all over.
Can you give it a rest already? You've been moaning for ages. It's driving me crazy.
What do you know, huh? I lost my living down there. It was such a mad rush to escape. No wonder I left my pick behind.
Well, you'll be in trouble if Mr. Fursman finds out. I guarantee you. Mr. Fursman.
I can't believe it. Is this all that Wildfire can muster?
Can we even count on them? Wildfire is no different from the prospectors. All they care about is relics. It doesn't matter to them whether we live or die.
There's something wrong with this world. Wildfire, Svarog, scumbags, the lot of them.
Hey, is that a child over there? It's Hook!
What's she doing here?
Auntie Zila.
Hook, what are you doing here? Go home right now.
It's not home without Daddy, and he's still down there. Hook's really worried. Can you help rescue Daddy for me? I wasn't crying. My eyes were just sweating.
Aw, Hook. Poor little thing. Uh-oh. I think my eyes are sweating too.
Hey, this isn't helping morale. Hook, go home and wait for us. I'll save your dad, I promise.
Daddy.
What did I just say? Bystanders should vacate the... Seela! Sorry, I didn't see you there.
Joshua, what are you hanging around here for? Why aren't you down there saving people?
I just came from down there. Look at my clothes, they're all dirty.
Save it. Tell us what the situation is and make it snappy.
Yes, ma'am. Actually, everyone's been asking me the same question. I still don't have a clear idea myself. I questioned some of the miners that made it out. Some told me the tunnels had collapsed, others said that monsters had appeared. I even heard some dunderhead from the demolition team might have blown something up.
So, to sum it up in 4 words, you haven't got a clue.
That's 5.
I have a roster here. There were 12 people total in this team. After the accident, people came from everywhere to get a look. Luckily, the miners are all familiar faces. Otherwise, I might have missed them in the crowd. If I'm not mistaken, there are still 4 people down there. Adeline, people say she's a bit hard of hearing, so she might have been slow to react. Peak, we call him Slug. He likes to goof off, so who knows which corner he might have ended up in. And lastly, Mr. Fursman. Mr. Fursman got dealt a bad hand. He hadn't been on night shift for a long time. Now he gets caught up in all this on his first time back. His health has been getting worse recently. A lot of us were telling him to take a break. The old man's too stubborn to listen. As far as miners go, he's lasted a long time. Perhaps the mine has finally claimed him.
Watch your tongue. Hook's here, you know.
Sorry. Mr. Fursman's got it tough. A daughter to raise and everything. Yes, they're already inside. I wanted to stop them, but they were armed to the teeth. Plus, we were outnumbered. We had to let them in. Then I'll leave the rescuing to you.
Once we're down there, there might not be an easy way back. Are you ready?
Branya, you don't look too good.
It's nothing. It's just, I really want to help that child.
Of course. We want to help her too. Let's go.
Don't touch that! Are you crazy? Is that why you've got a death wish? Your skin will start burning immediately. It'll be excruciating, and it'll leave a scar. You need protective gear and tools if you want to touch it.
Yeah, maybe Himiko and Mr. Yang could find out more about it. At the very least, let's not shout at each other.
Then let someone who knows what they're doing get some for you. Stay away from it.
We can collect some samples when we leave. There's certainly no shortage of it down here. Let's focus on the task at hand. Time is of the essence.
Shh, wait. It seems like there are people up ahead.
It's those scavenging prospectors. Profiting from disaster. Not today.
Who are you? Can't you see we're busy? Go away. Wait a minute. I've seen you before. Are you from Wildfire?
Stop overreacting. The boss told us this would happen. Hey, there's been a rock fall up ahead. You can't get through here.
Humor me then. What are you doing here? Are you trying to save people or trying to steal things? Out of the way, now! Otherwise...
Hey, way to take the sting out of things.
You guys are pushing your luck. You asked for it. Let's see if your bite matches your bark.
You amateurs. I'd like to see him try. Let's go! Wait, is that... Hook? When did that kid overtake us?
It seems like she's stirring up trouble.
Come at me, villains! What should we do? If Hook's hurt by those things?
What should we do? How about smash them to bits? Hook, bad girl!
Hook just saved you! Shouldn't you be thanking me?
Ah, yes, thank you very much. Now go home. It's too dangerous down here.
But Daddy, I still haven't found him. It's Hook's birthday today. Daddy said he prepared a gift for Hook.
If there's one problem I don't know how to solve, it's a kid bawling their eyes out in front of me.
Oh, you finally met your match then. Hook, this is no play area, and it's no Natasha's clinic either. We're in a mine shaft right now. This tunnel could collapse at any moment. Those prospectors won't be nice to you just because you're a kid. They're not like your dad, and they certainly won't let you off with a light scolding. So listen to Auntie Branya. Be a good girl and go home, okay?
Before going to work today, Daddy said he prepared a gift for me. But Hook prepared a gift for Daddy, too. A long time ago. He doesn't know. Hook wants to give the gift to Daddy herself. I agree. Even if we forced her to go back, a kid like her would just end up following us again.
If we run into trouble, it won't be easy with her here.
Oh, brother. You guys are gonna drive me nuts. Let me get one thing straight. If anything does happen, I'm taking Hook and getting the heck out of here. Hook, you're sticking with me. Got it?
Okay, Auntie Zila. Hook will be a good girl. Aww, everyone's getting along nicely. We should get going. Let's keep Hook safe. We can't get through here. The path is blocked.
It'll take a lot of strength to remove obstacles like these. There's not much you or I can do. Why not let Hook have a try?
Hook and Diggertron to the rescue. Watch this. Wow, it really worked. Hook, you're amazing. Ha! Don't underestimate Diggertron's power. Hook, stay where we can see you.
Let's try not to alert any nearby enemies.
Why won't this elevator move?
It won't start. Must have been damage in the accident.
You'd think an experienced group of adventurers like us would have a handyman handy, right?
Scoundrels! Picking a fight with a child! Shameless! Shameless!
Protect Hook! I'll deal with them.
This isn't good. Let's scram!
Jeez! Are kids getting stronger these days?
Hook! Be careful!
I'm fine!
Picking fights with children again. Hey! Cowards! If you've got the guts, fight me!
Not good! That thing's about to explode!
Hook, run!
I can smash it!
The mine collapse is imminent. Take the girl and leave, friend.
I can't. I don't have the strength.
Are you Adeline? We're here to rescue you. Didn't you hear us? We're here to rescue you!
Hey, you want to get saved or what?
Oh, sorry. My ears aren't too good. Are you from Wildfire? Thank goodness. I'm saved. Yeah, my brother's with Wildfire. But Mr. Fursman, he doesn't trust Wildfire, so I never told him. When the accident happened, I saw him. He was running deeper into the mine. I tried to follow him for a while, but I must have taken a wrong turn. I hesitated, and then I lost my way. Lost specters? Oh, prospectors. I saw some people sneaking around. It looked like they were digging for something. I got scared, so I took cover.
We've cleared most of the obstacles, so get moving!
Oh, okay. Thank you.
If her eyes are any better than her ears, then old Fursman is somewhere further in.
Why would he run in the opposite direction?
So Daddy is up ahead, right? Let's go find him!
Hook, slow down!
How anyone could fall asleep in a place like this? I don't know if he's brave or stupid.
Hey, get up! You've got toadstools growing on your butt.
Where? Where are the toadstools? Huh. I can't feel anything there. Wait, who are you guys? Are you prospectors? If you're looking for your friends, they're not here.
We're here to rescue you.
The mine collapsed! You need to get out of here!
Rescue? Oh, then there must have been an accident. Quick, run!
Quiet!
Well, I guess I must have taken a nap in the hidden corner while everyone else was escaping.
The hidden corner? What's that?
Well, it's a corner that's pretty great for catching up in your sleep. It's hard to find. I'm the only one that knows where it is. Mr. Fursman? He didn't get out? Come to think of it, I swear he was shouting something in my dream. Shame. If I hadn't been so tired, I could have asked him. Prospectors? I saw some, quite a few, in fact. I must have opened my eyes when a bunch of them were running past. The one leading the way was huge. If I remember correctly, they went that way. Yeah, that's right, deeper into the mine.
Follow this path back out of the mine. You shouldn't run into anyone.
Right. Just a 5-minute siesta, and I'll be on my...
Get up, you lazy slug!
In other words, after the accident occurred, not only did Fursman choose not to escape, he chose to move deeper into the mine, with a group of prospectors following soon after.
Were they chasing him?
I'm not sure. At least we know that we're heading in the right direction.
Daddy!
Hey! Hold it right there!
Whew! They run pretty fast! They dropped a bunch of stuff, too!
Yep, machines left over from the old world. Valuable? Well, if they're still usable, you should be able to trade them for tins and supplies down here. It's a shame. These machines are all that remain from the destruction of the old world. The oldest components must be more than 700 years old, so they're nothing more than scrap metal at this point. Ever since Svarog built up his army of prospectors, they've been scouring the underground for relics. Some folks think they're trying to find old world weaponry. Others say that Svarog wants to form an army of robots to rebel against the surface. Everyone has their own idea about what the prospectors are doing. None of them are particularly positive.
Everyone, come here. What is this?
That's...
Interesting.
Fursman! Was he really working with the prospectors this whole time?
Shh! Don't let Hook hear you.
No wonder the old fool refused to work with us.
With respect, I don't think Oleg has told us the whole truth either. I'm afraid we'll have to talk to Firstman himself if we want to get to the bottom of this. It would appear that this so-called accident was premeditated by Firstman. As for why he'd go to such lengths, I'm afraid we'll have to ask him in person.
Whatever his reasons, he's made a fool out of all of us. Why would he do something like this?
I didn't know things would get this complicated. Feels like we've landed ourselves in a messy situation.
It seems like wherever there are people, there'll be conflicts of interest. Both the Union and the Underworld are alike in that respect.
Ooh, nice speech. Had a cool, overworldy leader vibe to it.
Regardless of any conflict between the Prospectors and Wildfire, our goal is unchanged. We must help Hook find her father. Nothing more, nothing less.
Auntie Zila, Auntie Branya, what are you whispering for?
Never mind. Come on, Missy. Let's go find your dad. Stop. Don't move. That's Svarog. He's here.
What? That huge mass of metal? That robot? That's Svarog?
So, the leader of the Prospectors isn't human, but mechanical?
Wildfire. They should not be here.
Darn, it's those things again. Bring it on. Bring it on.
Hook!
Hook, you brat! Stop playing around! Come out! You hear me?
She's not here. One of Svarog's robots must have taken her away.
Darn it! I wasn't watching her. Why did I let my guard down?
If I'm not mistaken, Hook isn't in danger for the time being.
How can you be so sure, Dan Hung?
You remember the Prospectors we met earlier? They seemed obsessed with capturing her. Now Svarog has her. I'm sure there's an ulterior motive at play. We still have some time. It's very possible. Perhaps Svarog and Firstman aren't as close as we imagined.
I'm struggling to see how. A troublemaker like her can only be bad news for Svarog. With any luck, that girl will have sent the Prospector stir crazy by the time we show up.
That's a good thing, right?
There's no point speculating. Let's find a way forward.
Over there! It looks like there's a path. No idea where it leads. Still, we won't find out if we don't try it.
What are we waiting for? Let's go! We have to rescue Hook!
Is she okay?
Her vital signs are normal. She has a strong constitution. I will abide by our agreement.
Thank you, Svarog. There's something else.
Svarog, return Hook to us right now!
There's been a misunderstanding.
That robot's about to attack! Take cover!
Svarog, wait! They're not our enemies. It's you, Zila.
Fursman, can you still move?
This is as far as I go.
Don't talk. We'll get you out of here. No, no, no! How can you leave Hook behind like this? How's that kid gonna survive by herself down here?
Oh.
I can't. No matter how hard I try, I just can't figure it out. Why Fursman would put his trust in that tin can over us? I just don't get it. Do you really need to ask? Improve the welfare of all undergrounders. What else would we be doing? And what have we accomplished? We couldn't save Fursman and Hook was captured. Other than smashing in some scrap metal, we didn't achieve anything. I was just wondering that myself. But if that were true, he wouldn't have tried to kill us back in the mine. If we can't reason with him, then we're gonna come to blows again sooner or later. All right, let's go. I just can't figure it out.
Where's Hook? I heard her. But if I can't confirm that with my own 2 eyes... I do. The Union children, at least the ones that I met, they all seemed spoiled. But Hook's different. She reminds me of when I was young. No, I wasn't referring to that. When I was young, I was also quite impulsive. I relied on my mother a lot. If anything were to happen to Madame Cocolia, I wouldn't hesitate to act. Talking about this is a little embarrassing. Yeah, I'll try my best to convince Madame Cocolia about you, I promise. Maybe her judgment was wrong. This time. I hope Hook is okay.
You look a little different. You should pull yourself together as soon as possible. Naturally. It's only normal to feel sad. I can appreciate that. But one should remain rational in these situations. Even as we speak, farewells are happening throughout the universe. The grief that we share is real, but there's nothing special about it. Remember that. It might help you focus on the here and now. Always think of what is relevant to you and what your most pressing goal happens to be. Learn to observe the world around you, rather than getting caught up in it. Those are good things to start with, so pull yourself together. We still have one final assignment.
I didn't think things would turn out like this. How are you feeling? Good. We've got to hang in there. Yeah, it's hard to come to terms with everything that's happened over the last few days. Me, Himiko, and Mr. Yang, we've been to many worlds before, but we were mostly just passers-by. This is the first time I've delved so deep into a world and gotten to know the people living there. It seems that there really isn't a person out there without a sorrow or two of their own. I hope we can get back to the Astral Express soon. Hey, wait a minute! Before we find Oleg, shouldn't we make sure we're on the same page? But didn't Natasha tell us to keep Mr. Fursman secret? Yeah, I think that's for the best. What about you, Zila? What do you think?
Are you asking me to hide things from the chief? I've never done that before. But that is what old Fursman wanted. Even Natasha requested it. I'll let you guys lead the way.
Is that so? I understand. That headstrong fool. He lived and died in those mines.
Were you and Mr. Fursman friends before?
A long, long time ago. Water under the bridge. But in short, the mining accident was caused by Svarog, correct?
You dare compare Plamia to a machine?
Pray to Plamia all you like. But she can't make the machines work again, right? What business? Wildfire isn't interested in profit. The prospectors have no principles. They deal with the blue coats, dismantling precious ancient machinery and selling it for scrap metal. Even if Svarog's arrival managed to unite them, their nature will never change. They disrupt order, and we strive to maintain it. It's that simple. Fursman was exhausted by life down here. He just wanted to keep his head down and make a steady living. He felt all along that Wildfire was brewing something behind the scenes, and saw us as a threat to everyone's livelihood. I don't know where the conspiracies come from. We are open and honest. Everything we do is for the sake of maintaining peace and order. We have enough evidence to show that Svarog holds the history of the old world in the palm of his hand.
Does that really have to include elimination?
We're not warmongers, but Svarog started this conflict. But he is unwilling to share it with anyone. If we want to uncover the knowledge that has lain buried for all those years, we have to defeat him. This incident at the mine has proved to me that, in the eyes of that robot, human life is worth nothing.
Doesn't look like this is something he's gonna let slide. We met Svarog face to face. He's no pushover. It won't be easy for us to deal with him.
Won't be easy is an understatement. We'd be putting our lives in serious danger. What will Wildfire be doing while we're in the field?
We won't be on the sidelines. A guide will take you to their hideout. But you'll have to find a way to infiltrate. After confirming Svarog's position, I'll send reinforcements to assist you. But remember, do everything you can to avoid escalation. I don't want the underground to get dragged into war. That's the spirit. You guys are making me feel old. Of course, I understand. When you're ready, go to this location. I'll tell our guide to wait for you there. Zila.
Present, Chief.
I'll need to trouble you again. Please, accompany our outsider friends.
Understood, Chief.
All right. I'll be waiting for the good news.
Don Hung,
Something the matter?
do we really want to help Wildfire deal with Svarog? After reading the diary Mr. Firstman left behind, Svarog doesn't seem all that bad.
You're only thinking that way because you found out about his deal with Fursman. Try to see it from another angle. If we hadn't entered the mine, if we hadn't rescued those trapped miners. As a bystander in that situation, how would you see Svarog?
I'd probably see him as a villain. I never thought of it that way. You're pretty smart sometimes, Don Hung.
Sampo? What are you doing here?
Aha! Long time no see, valued clients. It didn't occur to you that the guide would be yours truly? Oh, how saddening. Who else down here, or up there for that matter, is more well-informed, resourceful, and loyal to Wildfire than I? Sampo Kaz...
Okay, we get it. Svarog's hideout. Just take us there already.
My dear Zila, hasty as ever. Svarog's usual haunt is close at hand. I'll take you guys over at once. Well, that's a secret, of course. How could a qualified intelligence dealer reveal their sources? This is base camp for the prospectors. After they dig up relics from the fragmentum or the mines, they bring them all here. My powers of deduction tell me that their boss must be nearby. Hey, easy, soldier. The chief told you to keep a low profile, right? Let's find a way to infiltrate first. Then we can make a few inquiries with our prospector friends. I'm firmly opposed to solving conflict with violence. Not great, to be honest. Normally, I'd be up to my neck in it. But here I am, passing the time with you guys. Speaking of which, I'm planning on starting up a new line of business called Handshakes with Aliens. Interested? I'm sure we could work out an equitable profit-sharing agreement. Huh?
Stop wasting your breath and start leading the way.
Very well. Stay close to me, then.
Wildfire wants to get rid of Svarog, but is forcing us to do the deed for them. No matter how you look at it, there are underhanded tactics at play here.
Undergrounders don't care about underhanded tactics, Missy. The priority is getting things done. Put it this way. With Wildfire's existing manpower, they don't have a chance in hell against Svarog. The problem is, you guys are too capable. So, old Oleg has seen a glimmer of hope.
Oleg told us to avoid escalation, or we could start a war. Was he exaggerating?
Not at all. You can't imagine how loyal the prospectors are to Svarog. If you do slip up, the underworld may well sink into civil war. Ooh, when I put it like that, it sounds kind of exciting, don't you think? This is the place.
The entrance is a lot more impressive than I'd imagined. I thought it'd be a bunch of ruins or something.
Well, those prospectors make a pretty penny. They'd never allow their god to stay in a shack. But if you ask me, I don't think Svarog could care less. All right, let's quit loitering and get in there.
It's pretty lively in here. Is everyone a prospector?
It seems like Svarog's lapdogs have made this place their home.
Well, infiltration was easier than expected. Now, where would Svarog be?
There's a big gate up ahead. Let's go have a look.
So, how have your takings been recently? Terrible. Wildfire's got a tight grip on the mines these days. It's nearly impossible to sneak in. Same here. If things go on like this, we might have to try our luck in the devil's stomach. Be my guest. I'd never venture into that godforsaken place.
I heard that Anton met the boss a few days ago.
Yeah, that fella dug up a whole heap of relics from who knows where. Makes me sick.
He's only been at this half a year. How did he manage it?
Darn it! I want to meet the boss already!
Did you hear what happened?
You mean the mine incident? I heard bits and pieces.
Sounds like things got out of hand. I heard the boss brought a kid back with him.
What? A kid? Who was it?
Not a clue. The word is that he sent her away again after.
I'm confused.
Ugh, this is a heavy door. Oh, I see how this works. Open sesame!
Is that a spell or something?
It might be, but we've yet to find a planet where it actually works.
Of course not. Ever since I sold a few of my custom relics to the Marev brothers, I'm not very welcome on Prospector home turf. Not a clue. I'm afraid that due to some personal misunderstandings, I'm not very welcome on Prospector home turf. Give me a moment. It's like this. I played cards with some of the more loudmouth prospectors before. I remember them boasting about how fancy Svarog's lair was. Let me think. What was it they said again? Oh, that's right. They said that only prospectors who are certified and have made contributions can enter Svarog's domain. Those invited are questioned by robots to filter out any outsiders that might have made it in. I'll bet the mechanism for this door has something to do with the questions they were talking about.
Sounds logical enough, but where do we get the answers?
Let's mingle with the crowd. I'm sure we'll uncover some clues. You can't rush an investigation, you know.
Have you heard? The tax rate for the next period's up by 10%.
What? Another increase? They can go to hell. As if relics weren't already impossible to find. How do they expect us to make a living?
All told, I've only managed to get my hands on 20. I'm gonna have to hand over 12 of them. Even if I get a decent price for the remainder, I'm still barely making enough to feed myself.
The way things are going, we'd probably be better off back in the mines.
Shh, quiet. Someone's coming.
Found it. This must be what we're looking for.
It looks so crude.
How do we start this piece of junk?
There's a button here. That's where I usually start.
Initiating, certification, protocol, scanning, verifying, scan, complete. Certification result, failure. Subject has no access permissions.
What the heck is it talking about?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
Secondary certification sequence. Initializing. Initiating secondary certification sequence.
Huh? Are we starting now?
Answer required. What is the relic tax rate for the next tax period? Incorrect answer given. Certification result, failure. Subject is judged to be a threat. Initiating combat protocol.
Wait a minute! What does that mean?
Commencing threat disposal.
Looks like we're gonna have to solve this problem with our fists after all.
Correct answer given. Certification result, success. Subject has acquired level 1 certification.
Where can we find answers to questions like this?
There were a few prospectors talking on the way in. Perhaps we can get some information from them.
What's this?
I'm guessing this is our open sesame. It seems like my deductions were on the money.
In other words, we only need to repeat the process twice more, right? So what are we waiting for? Let's find the next one.
Woo! Victory! But the robot's broken. What should we do now?
Huh? What's this?
I'm guessing this is our open sesame. I don't think one is going to cut it, though. Let's go and look for the others somewhere else.
Yo, it's the young Dark Horse reppin' clan prospector coming straight from the underground. I'm out to get ya.
Take a seat, son. Your flow's weaker than chalk. You're about to get fragmented. Let the champion talk.
Now how you gonna fire at wildfire to get higher? Fake relic rhymes with beats than dust dryer. You living under a rock, you gonna made a mistake. The reigning rapper supreme is empty black bean cake.
Mission robot! Hurry, let's start it up!
Initiating certification protocol. Scanning. Verifying. Scan complete. Certification result. Partial certification. Secondary certification sequence. Initializing. Initiating secondary certification sequence. Answer required. Who is the reigning champion of the Prospector Clan rap battle? Incorrect answer given. Certification result. Failure. Subject is judged to be a threat. Initiating. Combat protocol.
I think I should start answering these.
Commencing. Threat disposal.
I guess we'll have to turn you into scrap metal as well.
Correct answer given. Certification result. Success. Subject has acquired Level 2 certification. Incorrect answer given. Certification result. Failure. Subject is judged to be a threat. Initiating. Combat protocol.
I think I should start answering these.
Commencing. Threat disposal.
I guess we'll have to turn you into scrap metal as well.
Let's go around and gather some more intel.
There's only one left! We're acing this!
Ha ha! As expected of my valued clients. I only deal with the best.
We've managed to collect 2 passes.
Only one more left.
No. You can't insert the microcrystalline unit into the heatsink substrate like that.
How do you know? Balloway from Minus Lamp said that you need to pay attention to the interfaces when assembling relics. To make this thing move again, we need to connect the microcrystalline unit to the operating brake module. Otherwise, it's just a pile of scrap metal.
If you believe a word that senile idiot Balloway says, you're done for. The last time he acted on his own advice, he electrocuted himself. You should be asking people with real smarts. No one is better at fixing machines than Marev. Once, I saw him connecting a microcrystalline conductor unit to a logic control hub to get a vibrating drill to work.
Marev? Him and his brother wouldn't know a real relic if it hit him in the face. Last I heard, he got scammed by someone selling counterfeit junk.
You're just salty, my friend.
This must be the last one.
High decibel noise detected. Initiating certification protocol. Scanning. Verifying. Scan complete. Certification result. Partial certification. Secondary certification sequence. Initializing. Initiating secondary certification sequence. Answer required. A microcrystalline unit should be connected to which component? Incorrect answer given. Certification result. Failure. Subject is judged to be a threat. Initiating. Combat protocol.
Doesn't sound good. Get ready to fight.
Commencing. Threat disposal.
Just try and stand in our way. You'll be scrap metal in no time.
Correct answer given. Certification result. Success. Subject has acquired Level 3 certification.
Let's go around and gather some more intel.
Great! We did it!
Well, seems like we make quite the team. Svarog's certification system was a breeze. Let's get back to that door and take another look.
All right, that's all 3.
Well, seems like we make quite the team. Svarog's certification system was a breeze. Oh, I abhor such violent methods, of course, but one can't argue with results, can they? Let's go back to the door and see what we can do.
Open sesame! Wow, we're in!
Ah, the fruits of impeccable intel. Not to mention my...
Yeah, thank you very much. Jeez.
We must keep our guard up from here on out.
You remember what the chief said, right? When we find Svarog, we need to avoid an escalation. Good. We'll have to wait until reinforcements arrive. Are you trying to imply something?
All right. There's plenty of time for tension. Let's get going.
It's another gate. Hey, why is there another gate here?
That robot over there looks different from the others we've seen so far.
Hey, what's going on here? Wait a minute. I've seen you guys before.
Ah, yes, I remember. You're the one we beat up back at the mines, the one that ran away with their tail between their legs?
Hey, don't be so mean. Wait, did you decide to join the prospectors?
What? We'd have to be insane
To refuse! Yes, brother. We are here to seek refuge with his magnanimity, the great Svarog. But this robot blocked our path and attacked us without warning. Do you happen to know how we might gain an audience with the Great One?
I'll give you the benefit of the doubt for now. I guess you must have realized that those amateurs at Wildfire have no future, right? If you want to meet the boss, you'll need more than certification. You have to have made outstanding contributions. For example, turning over 100 relics consecutively for 3 tax periods.
100?
That's right. To become a senior prospector and receive direct instruction from Svarog, you have to be as hardworking as me.
100 relics per tax period? Is this guy delirious?
Why should I tell you? The fact I was able to work my way up to senior prospector is a testament to my own capability. 1% genius and 99% sweat and tears. You gotta have both, you understand? Please, just because you're not up to the task doesn't mean others aren't. You need to put in real elbow grease and avoid any funny business.
Huh? Are you seriously considering it? You're kidding, right?
We don't have the time or the intention to do anything of the sort.
Then it serves you right. No wonder you got turned away. People like myself put in the hard work. What's stopping you from achieving the same?
What kind of terrible pep talk is this guy trying to give us?
Well, there's not a catch. Hey, enough with the threats. Besides, my permission was only good for a single entry. You can slam my head against the door if you like. It still won't open. Well, if you've made up your mind, the Bloody Rabbit. Have you heard the name before?
Oh, you mean...
So you have. I see you're better informed than the others.
A ghostly prospector, a demon of ill omen with a cursed left hand. Or something like that. I think it came up in a card game once.
That's the one. We call him the Bloody Rabbit around here. When it comes to finding relics, he's better than 3 of me put together. He's a short figure, wrapped in blood-red clothes. No one has seen the face below the hood before. People say it's so hideous that anyone who lays eyes on it will be racked with nightmares. And anyone who accidentally touches him, however lightly, will suffer from bad luck or, even worse, go missing completely. There are no exceptions. Each time he appears, everyone scatters. No one dares approach him. So, if you have the guts, see if you can try and take a piece of his pie.
Come on, pull yourself together already. Tell us, where can we find him?
In the devil's stomach. That's where he gets his relics, never the mines. So you're really going, huh? Don't say I didn't warn you.
There isn't a monster down here that I haven't seen before. Bring it on!
So it's back into the fragmentum to catch a rabbit. We'd have better luck pulling one out of a hat.
They keep rabbits in hats where you come from? Come on then. What intel do you have about this rabbit?
Nothing concrete. I'm afraid mostly urban legends. Undergrounders are a superstitious bunch, and rumors spread quickly down here. Bloody rabbit? Nothing more than a cover, I'll wager. Whoever it is, he's disguised himself as something supernatural, and now others don't dare approach him. Sounds like a strategy for a monopoly over all the relics in the fragmentum, wouldn't you say? Seems we could all learn a thing or two from our rabbit. He appears to be a successful businessman.
Sampo, what kind of people want to become prospectors?
Well, they come in all shapes and sizes. Slackers, gamblers, fortune seekers, and people sick of working themselves to the bone for the sake of overworlders.
Look, there's someone over there. Red clothes, short. Could that be? Wait, what's that?
A guard bot? Why is it here in the fragmentum?
What's it doing? Hey, stop!
Huh? Something's not right. Wait.
Look out! Find somewhere to hide! We'll deal with it!
Wait! No!
Protect. I must protect.
Wait! No! You don't understand.
Must protect.
Perkins, I'm sorry.
Hey, are you okay? Wait, you... Huh? Clara, is that you?
You? We met at the clinic.
Seela, and you guys. Hello.
Red clothes, short, wandering alone in the fragmentum. Huh! So the blood-red rabbit was Clara this whole time?
If it's okay with you, please don't call me that. I don't like it.
Oh, sorry. I was a bit overwhelmed, that's all.
I'm collecting some components. Components that can only be found here. So...
That's way too dangerous. Does Natasha know?
Please don't tell Miss Natasha. I told her that I was out for a walk. Perkins. He's my guardian.
Huh?
There are lots of monsters in the stomach. I need someone to accompany me, so my friend sent Perkins to help. But before I knew what was happening, everyone was fighting already. It'll take a long time to fix Perkins.
So it was all one big misunderstanding.
The prospectors seemed to be afraid of me. They gave me lots of nicknames. I don't mind, though. After all, I'm sick. I just want everyone to look after themselves, so nobody comes to harm.
Oh.
You said the robot was sent by your friend. Would this friend happen to be Svarog?
Yes. Oh, everyone, can you keep that a secret, please? I know that many people are afraid of Mr. Svarog, but if possible, I want everyone to get along peacefully.
Svarog is friends with Clara? I don't believe it.
That's a lot to take in.
I do, but I'm sorry. I can't take you there. Mr. Svarog is very nice to me, but he doesn't like other people, especially people from Wildfire. If I bring everyone to him, it might get dangerous.
Oh, well, that wouldn't be any good now, would it? The young lady makes a very reasonable point, and yet you guys still have your reasons for wanting to see Svarog. My, what a pickle we're in.
Could you at least try and sound less shifty? Look, it's too dangerous here. This is no place for children, Clara.
But I still have components to collect. I can't leave yet. I don't want to cause trouble for anyone. I should be okay by myself. Oh, really?
Are you crazy? If something happened to Clara, Natasha would never forgive any of us. Clara, we'll help you find those components.
I'm sorry I can't help everyone. And sorry for taking up your time.
Come on then, Let's make it quick. Perhaps Clara has some useful information.
What should we do? I can't believe Clara and Svarog know each other. But if we don't complete our assignment, then we won't be able to go back to the surface.
Ideally, we need to come up with a peaceful solution. If we don't, one side will suffer heavy losses.
My head hurts.
I think this unit can be used.
What is it?
Judging by the shape, it looks like some kind of monitoring device. Looks really old, though.
Monitoring device. Is that what it's called? I'll try and remember that. You know, these ancient machines are really amazing. After they get fixed, they can do all kinds of things. I think if we move this bit here, and then pry it open like this. Okay, I think I did it right.
Wow, you're amazing, Clara. Remember what I said in the mine about how experienced adventurers should really have a handyman or two?
Hook usually breaks things, so I help her fix them. Gradually, I just got good at it. You know, actually, this is where I first met Mr. Svarog. I remember his body was covered in dust, and he had a lot of dents and scratches. He also had a problem with his arm. It was shaking, like an old man's. I felt sorry for him, so I helped him look for components. Mr. Svarog taught me how to fix all kinds of things. Eventually, I even fixed all his problems.
Uh-huh. I can't believe what I'm hearing.
The children down here are remarkable.
Doesn't look like there's any more useful things here. We need to go further in. Is that okay? There! This thing looks useful too. It's the first one I've seen, but it doesn't look too tricky. Back at the base, I bet we could use it to clean up all the... never mind. I was talking to myself. Sorry. I'll unscrew this first, and then take this off. I think that should be fine.
Yikes, you're a natural, kid. A wasted talent, I should add. Young lady, would you like to go into the relic business with me? There are a lot of people up there willing to pay a handsome price, you know.
Don't even think about it.
Thank you, everyone, for helping me find these components. It's time for me to go back now. No, I only visit there once a week. Right now, I need to go to Mr. Svarog. Yes, I can find the way. You don't need to accompany me.
It's too dangerous here. We're staying with you. Let's go.
Did Zila want us to come up with a plan or something just now? What should we do? We don't have a plan, right?
Unlike you, March, this little girl is quite perceptive. She knows we're here on behalf of Wildfire and has probably guessed our intentions. Perhaps if we're open and honest with her, we might just convince her of a few things.
Open and honest, huh? Wait a minute. What do you mean, unlike me?
I know. You still want to see Mr. Svarog, right? But I don't want to see everyone arguing. I know you don't want to cause trouble, but I still don't think it'll work out. But if things don't turn out well, Mr. Svarog is very rational. Sometimes I think he's too rational. He's not evil, but once he decides something, people could get hurt for sure. I don't want to see anyone get hurt, and I don't want Mr. Svarog to.
I'm sure you're aware of the relationship between Wildfire and Svarog.
Don't scare her.
I'm sorry, but I must state my position. If we let current circumstances develop, Wildfire and the Prospectors will descend into war. Rather than waiting for that to happen, why not let us meet Svarog and try to strike a peace deal?
Is it really possible for everyone to coexist?
Yeah. A rational person can be persuaded by facts and reasoning, just like Don Hung here. That's right! Zila, surely Wildfire feels the same way, right?
Well, I know Chief Oleg pretty well. And if this problem can be solved without violence, then I don't think he would object.
Whoa. Are you sure about this, folks? Don't forget, Oleg's assignment was for you to eliminate...
Shut it, Sampo!
Understood.
We know that Svarog struck a deal with Fursman. Even though we didn't exactly get along back in the mines, it would seem that he is capable of cooperating with others. Please give us a chance.
I understand. If that's what everyone thinks, I'll take you to Mr. Svarog.
Hey, can I say something? If, and I mean if, Svarog doesn't want to talk to us, what do we do?
We'll have to play it by ear. And if we do end up coming to blows, at least we tried our best.
No matter what, let's remain calm. We can't let Clara's efforts go to waste.
So, Clara, they say you're pretty good at finding relics. Is that true?
I collected 327 in the last tax period.
Over 300? That's incredible!
Actually, it's not so difficult. It's all thanks to Mr. Svarog sending out robots to help.
They do seem a little on edge.
It's fine. I'm used to it by now. They're afraid that something bad will happen to them if they get too close to me.
Ignore them. People are instinctively hostile to that which they don't understand.
There are 3 rings. The outer ring is where everyone rests and chats. The middle ring is where we store all the relics. Only certified prospectors can enter. And the inner ring is where Mr. Svarog stores the most important things. Only a few people have been there, including me. No, Mr. Svarog's robots recognize me. After all, I repaired many of them myself. Thank you. Actually, you don't have to worry too much about me. As long as Mr. Svarog is watching over me, I'm safe.
Besides Svarog, is there anything else in the inner circle?
There are some very old machines, a defense system, stuff like that. Recently, some installations malfunctioned and monsters broke in.
Nothing that a quick clear-out won't fix. Let's go!
The bloody rabbit's here! That thing's an ill omen, I tell ya. Stay away from it if you know it's good for you.
Who are they? Don't they know the bloody rabbit's bad luck?
It's the rabbit again! How come the boss relies on him so much?
Yeah, that's it. I'm getting out of here. I suggest you all do the same.
I kinda wanna ask for scavenging techniques.
Are you crazy? Did you get bored of living or something?
Certification progress 100%. Congratulations! You have acquired Invited Prospector Certification.
This must be the control panel.
You have been granted approval to enter the inner base.
Mr. Svarog should be inside. I know I asked before, but do you really think we can coexist?
Don't worry, Clara. We'll do our best.
Mr. Svarog,
Clara.
I fixed the unit malfunctions.
Repairs are my duty, Clara. But thank you.
Actually, I brought some friends here.
Friends?
Yes, they helped me. They want to talk to you.
Nice seeing you again, Svarog.
Mr. Svarog, they aren't bad people.
You. Clara, return to the shelter and rest.
But...
Leave, Clara.
It's okay, Clara. Run along.
Okay. Everyone, please don't.
Whew, I can finally let my hair down. Hey, big guy, we're here for peace talks.
Peace talks? Evaluating subject's intent. Evaluation result, rejected. Subject has no leverage. You know too much, and you are cooperating with Wildfire. Wildfire possesses assets belonging to the Geomaro Development Group.
In other words, relics, right?
Relics form part of the subterranean system. Ownership is non-transferable.
This Geomaro Development Group, isn't that something from hundreds of years ago? What's the point of guarding something that no longer exists?
The humans of the development group may have perished, but the group's mission remains. I was rebooted. I will repair and rebuild. The subterranean system must return to full operational capacity. The objectives of Wildfire are incompatible with our own. Quoting speech from departed friend Fursman.
What Wildfire wants is war. And war could destroy everything.
That's ridiculous. We aren't looking for a fight with the prospectors.
The enemy of Wildfire is not below ground.
Huh? What does that mean? Say something that I can actually understand.
Your assertion is correct. Nevertheless, the actions of Wildfire will eventually endanger the lives of Clara and Hook.
Did old Fursman tell you this? Did old Fursman tell you this?
Evaluation result. Eliminate Wildfire intruders as optimal course of action. Short-term sacrifices will be exchanged for long-term stability. Our conversation has ended. Evaluation result remains unchanged. Subterranean System Mainframe Control Unit Svarog, initiating peacekeeping mode. Human safety protocols temporarily disengaged.
This guy's about to get serious!
We tried our best to make peace. Now we gotta try our best to crush this guy. This is no ordinary robot.
You two, try and keep him busy.
As if I need you to tell me.
March, when he fires.
Got it! I'll do my best!
Commencing annihilation.
This sucks! I thought robots were supposed to follow those 3 laws or something? Like, aren't robots supposed to obey orders given to them by human beings? This guy didn't think very long before attacking us!
You mean the laws from those science fiction novels?
Oh, I thought that was real!
Combat probability analysis. Your chance of survival is minimal. Resistance is futile.
He's strong, all right.
I am a guardian of the subterranean system. You are the greatest threat to the system. Wildfire must be prevented.
What is that?
Ow! That hurt!
Oh, can I? Wait a minute. My strength. It's coming back to me.
Nice!
Natasha, you're here too? Natasha, how did you...
Hey, can we figure the technicalities out a little later? Lucky for all of us, Sampo Koski always comes prepared.
Sampo, what did you...
Base breached. Armed Wildfire personnel detected. Calculating probability. All subjects are high-risk individuals. Commencing. Complete. Annihilation. Damage sustained. Diagnostics. Must destroy, threats.
Now! One last assault!
Wait! 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 Mr. Svarog is my family. Don't hurt him.
Clara.
You damn robot! You should have thrown in the towel!